Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Kanye, Milo, Ye, Milo, and Fuentes on Tim Pool. Oh my gosh, I'm missing it. That's legendary. But how y'all gonna put that in my chat? Now everybody's gonna leave to watch Tim Pool. Because you know that one ain't gonna be up long. It ain't gonna be up long. All three of those guys are banned to infinity. I'm not a big Milo fan. Oh, the JS Urban Adventures going up. What up, Bibby? What up, Nugget Man? What up, Stubborn One? Now I'm kind of wishing I was watching the Tim Pool thing. Maybe we'll check it out throughout the show. Is it called Timcast? Oh, Lord. Upcoming. When's it start? It starts in a minute. It starts when I start. Look at Milo. Looking all... Maybe he is still cracked out. I don't know. Guy thinks he's Johnny Cash. All right. Let's get the show started. Let's go. Christmas time. This is a Lord H. Sizzle beat. Lord H. Sizzle beat. I need some Christmas music. Some non-copyright Christmas music. You know? How's everybody doing tonight? Thanksgiving's over. Sorry, I forgot to make a new starting soon scene. I think that's the first time that's happened. Last minute, I was like, crap! I don't have a starting soon scene. But Thanksgiving's over. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. How was everybody's Thanksgiving? Let me know. What's up, everybody in chat? Stubborn One, Bibby, everybody who's here. Tyrone. Looks like the Yay, Milo, and Fuentes are on Timcast, and that's one of the big topics that I'm going to be talking about tonight in the first segment. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Ye running in 2024. And if Fuentes is on the ticket with him, ooh, if he had Fuentes as a VP, dang, that makes my vote harder. But either way, people like Freddie said they would vote for Kanye. Now that Kanye is with Fuentes and Milo, I don't think Freddie will like him anymore, which, that's always been the case. That's nothing new. If you ever go to Cozy TV, they're big Ye reppers over there. Christ is King. Christ is King. That's a great album from Kanye West. Use this gospel for protection. It's a hard road. Hold on, I have a clip. I don't even have to sing. Hola. Oh, you don't hear the music. Trembling, holy angels. No, I did see that on my feed. The Kriegler thing on the quartering. I heard him in an interview on Slightly Offensive a long time ago, kind of airing that out. So I don't know if there's anything new that's come out that they're making a big deal out about, but he aired some stuff out on Slightly Offensive a while ago. Oh, here comes trouble. It's me. Oh, dang. Anyway, so yep, just some updates on Arizona election, not certified yet. Maybe by now it has been certified. I have not checked yesterday. As far as yesterday, they had not been certified. We'll look into that. We're looking at Trump updates on Trump 2024, Kanye 2024 with Fuentes. Who cares about Milo? I don't. Balenciaga is a bunch of satanic PDF files. And the F in PDF stands for files. I wouldn't accidentally make a mistake like that, like say PDF files. It's like redundant, right? But I say it in place of another word. Since we're in the first 15 minutes of the stream, I don't want to just be dropping that word yet. But Balenciaga, a bunch of satanic PDF files. And then the Walmart shooting, another Walmart shooting yet again. I got my review of my Thanksgiving. Just going to show you guys some pictures from Thanksgiving. I've done a Thanksgiving video for the past 3 years. If you go through my channel, you can see my first Thanksgiving in this apartment. Last Thanksgiving was at my friend Hunter's house. He came over to my house this year for Thanksgiving. And then the Thanksgiving before that, I made cranberry sauce on the streets with a little cooker. And then I brought it to a friend's house for Thanksgiving dinner. That's when I lived on them streets. And I think there's another thing. And then there's another Thanksgiving video even before that. You can go back to 4 Thanksgivings on my channel. The first one is on the Homeless for the Holidays vlog series, which is basically my life on the streets from like Halloween till Christmas. We went and looked at some lights. We went and got some Thanksgiving dinner at where the Utah Jazz play. All the good stuff. So I like Thanksgiving. Probably my favorite holiday. So I'll show you some pictures. Actually, let's do that first. And then we got memes. We got rapid fire news. In the rapid fire news segment, we have Chinese riots. We're going to talk about those in the rapid fire section. Not going to spend a lot of time talking about it, but we will look at some cool videos. But I think it is very important right now. Let's watch how it develops. Maybe next week we'll do a bigger segment on the China riots, because this is kind of a watershed moment in history for China. Possibly. Could be. Who knows? We'll see. We can take Discord calls. Is the Discord open? Not yet. I keep saying let's do the calls every week, and then nobody calls. And then Butch and Robbie end up jumping in the just chatting section. So I end up just jumping in there with them. If you guys want to jump in the just chatting section, that's fine. If you want to call me, that's fine. I'll throw the Discord stuff up a little later in the show. But, and then last but not least, the biggest segment of the night. Oh, it's Christmas time, baby. We're going to start getting ready for Christmas. Another great holiday. Another great Christian holiday. And I'm going to be defending the holiday of Christmas, which is Christian, a Christian holiday, Christmas. I'm going to be defending it from satanic pagans who are trying to destroy Christianity by claiming that Christmas is pagan. This is a lie. This is made up by God-hating leftists and atheists and people like that who want to destroy a white Christian holiday. So we're going to make sure that doesn't happen today. We're going to defend Christmas. I'm going to give you both sides of the arguments, all the arguments for why it is pagan. There are some justifiable ones. There are some good ones. There are some that, I can't really deny that the roots were in paganism, but don't worry. We have a way to beat that. We have a rebuttal for that. All the good stuff, especially this tree right here, which I do not sacrifice babies, cut their throats, and drip the blood over it. And it's not made of wood. It was not cut out of a forest. And I did not adorn it with gold. It's a plastic tree. And I don't idolize it either. And I don't worship it. So no, it's not pagan. But we'll get more deeper into that later in the show. For now, let's play a song as people start to roll in. What's up, Bama? What's up, Gibson? Raymond 11, what's up? What's up, everybody? If I missed your name, what up, Show for Axe? From Argentina, heard around the world by everybody and their mama. And as you come in and I play this song, make sure you hit the like button. If you aren't subscribed, hit subscribe. Send this out to a friend. Tell a friend. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. Tell everybody. Let's go. We got an old Tyson and Bryson song. We're not sponsored by Tyson and Bryson, but that's what we play here. Apparently, there's something, a mix. Is a mix a word? A miss? Am I trying to say a miss? What am I trying to say? Something was wrong with the voting machines. I don't know. But apparently, their voting machines were not certified. They also had, the person who monitors elections was running. It's kind of like what's that called in court? Where like the judge can't know the person. It's a conflict of interest. Kind of a conflict of interest. Don't you agree? I agree. Let's read the article from Arizona Central. Arizona is scheduled to canvass its 2022. This one. Its 2022 election results December 5th, but a host of challenges are standing in the way. Some losing GOP candidates have refused to concede their races and hope to find reprieve in the courts or through legal certification procedures. Kerry Lake, Mark Fincham, and Abe Hamadeh, who lost races for governor, secretary of state, and attorney general respectively, are questioning the election results and stoking supporters to protest in various ways. So already, we're getting a biased report that's basically they're stoking the fires of insurrection, these election deniers. But I think I have some valid articles too, saying that they have reasons to be questioning the results. And I'm questioning the results because we don't even have them yet. If it takes you damn 2 weeks to count some votes, then I question the results. I'm just questioning it. I'm not saying there was any foul play involved. YouTube. Some of the actions appear to feed off one another. For example, a GOP official on Wednesday refused to sign off an examination of voting equipment moments after Hamadeh, I don't know how to say his name, Hamadeh Hamburger, followed a lawsuit challenging election results. Fincham has been promoting the idea that the state will have to conduct a new election because some countries have not yet certified their elections, although they have until November 28th to do so. That's a long time. They got till November 28th. Then we vote on the 8th. They got 20 days. All right. 2 of the 3 county commissioners voted Friday to wait until they had proof the county voting equipment and the testing lab that certified it were both properly accredited. They rescheduled a vote for November 28th, the last day counties have by law to certify their election. The Secretary of State's office has pledged to seek a court order directing the county to certify if the supervisors don't do it themselves Monday, and failing a court order will move on to the statewide certification without the heavily Republican country's nearly 50,000 votes. Wednesday, one of the 2 supervisors holding up the certification confirmed the Arizona Republic that she intended to certify the results as required by law on November 28th. I'm good, Supervisor Peggy Judd said. How much more of this article is there? Anyway, they're not certifying it. I'm not going to go through the entire article with you guys. They're not certifying the elections because in these 2 counties, supposedly the machines, there's something wrong with the machines. The results can't be certified. You know how Democrats put out that documentary years and years and years ago about how the Dominion voting machines could easily be hacked? Have you ever seen the show Nathan For You? On the show Nathan For You, he has an episode and he does like, what's it called? It's kind of like, what's those 3 guys that talk into the head? It's like reality comedy. It's like what Sacha Baron Cohen does in Borat and Bruno. It's like the person is an actor, but he's interacting with normal people in the world to do the comedy. Well, Nathan For You, he has this guy, a hacker. He hires a hacker through a newspaper ad, and he says, "Can you can you adjust the things on these voting machines for the Emmys? And basically, it's a whole pun. It's a whole play on election meddling. How this guy could easily hack into these machines and send out fish emails to change the Emmy results. Good episode. Guys, got to hit this hot sauce. It's crazy hot, but JS is making some flavor-filled sauce. Good stuff. Dean says he's loving the sauce. By the way, guys, we are sponsored by JS Fire. I think that's what I'm going to call it. I don't know. Is it good? What do you guys think? Maybe we'll do a poll one day. Or maybe you guys can send me ideas for the hot sauce company. Because next year we're going bigger, badder, and even hotter. So let me know what you think is a good idea for the hot sauce company. But we still got bottles on deck. Due to FDA or whatever regulations, I can't actually sell you guys a hot sauce, I don't think. So send me a Cashapp, $20. Send me your address. And get yourself a complimentary gift in the form of hot sauce for supporting the channel. Boom, boom. We got mango, habanero. We got super hot ghost pepper, which Dean says he puts that shit on everything. He says he loves it. He says he puts it on his sandwiches at work. We got the green sauce, which Robbie had. I don't know if they tried it yet. It's good. It's a thicker sauce. It's a chunky sauce. You know, if you don't like it chunky, just add a little bit of apple cider vinegar to it as it goes down. And then we got the pineapple, jalapeno with a little bit of habanero in there. We got good sauces, guys. And I can hook you up with some Guatemalan coffee. Let me know. Get at your boy. It's not crazy hot, but it tastes and has amazing flavor. Gets, yo, what's up, the Gets? Is the Gets in here? Nice. Busy running errands. Cool. Stubborn one. Broski Bear. It's better than the store-bought. Nice. It better be. That's artesian hot sauce, my guy. All right. So, yeah, they're not certifying the elections in Arizona. Oh, I forgot to do my Thanksgiving pictures. I'll do that after we do the political stuff. Let's go back to the articles. 2 of Arizona counties delay certification of 2022 election rolls. This is the Hill, far left the Hill. We're in the wrong scene. There we go. 2 rural Arizona counties have voted to delay certifying their ballot canvases as some in the GOP claim voters were disenfranchised. Were they black and they didn't have IDs? Is that what they're trying to get at? Cochise County, a Republican-leaning area in the state's southeastern corner, delayed its certification on Friday after 3 conspiracy theorists. Here we go with the labels already. You know it's a leftern. It's a leftern hemisphere. it's a leftern website when within the first 2 paragraphs they have to call somebody a conspiracy theory. That's ad hominem to call somebody a conspiracy theorist, unless somebody openly says, I am a conspiracy theorist. As a media journalism source, you shouldn't be calling people conspiracy theorists. Claim the county's vote counting machines were not properly certified. The 3 men convinced 2 Conchise's 2 Republican supervisors today to delay certifying the results until November 28th. Arizona Elections Director Corey Lowick refuted the allegations at Friday's meeting, detailing that although the labs used to test voting machines did not receive updated certification ahead of the midterms, the U.S. Elections Assistant Commission had confirmed they were in compliance. Lowick called it an administrative error. So they basically did not receive updated certification ahead of the elections, which I would assume that is a requirement. They didn't do it. And then, so when people say, hey, you didn't get certified, you didn't do the updated certification test. You know, last time we had an election, there were some issues. So we probably have a new, more stringent, updated certification test. So you need to do this to your machines. And they said, nah, we're going to let it slide. We're not going to do it. And then when 3 people come up and say, hey, why didn't you do this updated certification test on your machines? And they say, you're a conspiracy theorist. Ban them. The equipment used in Cochise County is properly certified under both federal and state law requirements. Well, then, but they didn't do the updated test. The claims that the SLI testing labs were not properly accredited are false. Okay, so we'll just call it false. She went on to note that the men who spoke at Friday's meeting had filed similar claims in court, but the Arizona Supreme Court rejected their arguments. Cochise County, 2 Republican supervisors also filed a lawsuit against the county's elections director, seeking a hand count of ballots cast on Election Day, but they filed to withdraw the suit on Wednesday. In Mojave County, which is located in Arizona's northwestern corner, the 5 Republicans who comprise the Board of Supervisors delayed their certification of the county canvass in a split vote on Monday. Did you hear me say many, 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 many times that there's never a perfect election? Never will be. Alan Temper, the county's election director, told supervisors just the way, it's just the nature of the beast, just the way things go on. But this was very, very, very successful election. Yeah, so Arizona's still a mess. You know, we already knew that. A little bit of updates. Now we're going to talk about Trump. A little bit of updates on Trump in the politics section. NBC News is saying Trump needs better judgment in who he dines with, says GOP rep James Comer. Well, James Comer, we need to vote you out, my guy. The former president is facing backlash after dining with rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, and the white supremacist Nick Fuentes at his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. They forgot about the gay guy, Milo. So, yeah, Trump had dinner with Ye, Fuentes. Supposedly, the rumblings around Cozy are that Fuentes is either going to be the head of publicity, possibly even a VP candidate for Kanye when he runs in 2024. Granted, I don't think he gets to pick a VP candidate unless he wins in primary, which I don't think he's gonna. I think the reason they met with Trump is because they're all together, and this is the same thing they did last time. It's an attempt to get, centrist voters, low propensity voters, people like Frederica to throw away their vote essentially by just voting for Kanye, who's not going to win. But we'll get the low propensity voters to throw away their vote, basically, which is smart. But man, Ye and Fuentes on a ticket, man, I would be so hype. I would almost, man, no, I would not vote for Kanye and Nick Fuentes, but still, I would be close. That would be tough. That would be a tough one. And anyway, Nick Fuentes is not a white supremacist. He's probably a white. I don't know. No, I don't know if he considers himself a white nationalist. He's a Christian. He's a Catholic theologian. He wants a monarchy. He wants a Catholic monarchy. He wants a Catholic king. I pretty much agree with a lot of the stuff he says. I'm just not Catholic. I'm not down with the Catholic stuff. Well, the incels don't accept me in their group because I'm not a virgin, unfortunately. I consider myself an incel, but I don't get included in the Groypers groups because I'm not a virgin. But yeah, woo! Kanye is running for prez for Secret Service protection. You think so? That's interesting. That makes sense too. Hate to say I told you so. Gets been quiet at Camp David and Site R lately too. Proprietary, a black and a Mexican. Count me out. He's a white Mexican. So Trump had them over for dinner. This guy is calling him out. Well, he certainly needs better judgment in who he dines with, Comer said in an interview on NBC News. Meet the Press. I know that he's issued a statement. He said he didn't know who these people were. He knows who Nick Fuentes is. Now, see, this is one thing. If Trump did, in fact, say this, he didn't know who these people were. He's trying to cover up, but Nick Fuentes was on Trump's campaign. Nick Fuentes was one of the driving factors in Trump's campaign in 2020 or in 2016. So that's just a lie. This was before Nick Fuentes got banned from the entire internet for making a Cookie Monster joke about the Holocaust. The ADL got all on him because of the Cookie Monster joke. If you guys know it, you know it. If you don't, I can't tell it to you. But basically, Nick Fuentes was part of Trump's campaign. He was in cahoots with Trump. America First, the slogan America First came from Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are the America First Army. They're the founders of that. So I don't know. I mean, I guess he's just trying to dodge some heat. Maybe he didn't even say that. I don't know if I trust NBC and this guy, but he does know who Nick Fuentes is very well. There's a reason he had dinner with him. Pressed about whether he condemns, and I'm not saying, I understand there is a time to lie. Sometimes we need to lie. Sometimes people say lying is a sin. Lying's not always a sin. Sometimes lying is necessary. Pressed about whether he condemns Trump's actions, Comer said he would not take a meeting with that person nor yay. That's my opinion, Comer said. I mean, it's a fellow candidate, right? Why wouldn't you eat dinner with somebody else who's running for president? Um, anyway, well, I don't know. Anyway, what's next? More on that. Trump hosted Holocaust denier at Mar-a-Lago State during visit with Kanye West a week after announcing 2024 run. So by Holocaust denier, they mean he questioned some numbers. So he's a Holocaust denier, and he made a joke about the Cookie Monster baking 6 million cookies. It's a mess. It's a mess. CNN, former President Donald Trump hosted the white nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick. Well, white nationalist, that's a little closer. That's accurate. I would now. I know the Groypers don't like the Wignats. Wignat is a slang term for white nationalist, but it's more like a Wigger nationalist, as in they're like a Wignat is like country bumpkin racist type. They're they're not smart, basically. They're like ding 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 guys. That's a Wignat. And they're the guys who the what used to be the KKK, now they're called Wignats. They're just a bunch of you know often inbred, uh, just low IQ Wignats, and they don't like the Groypers. There's a battle between the Wignat, but white nationalist doesn't necessarily imply Wignat, um, even though that is what the abbreviation means. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a white nationalist. You're white and you're a nationalist. Now they've changed it. So they've changed it. They've made white nationalist as in together in one term. That's a bad thing. But really, being white and being a nationalist, there's nothing wrong with that. But apparently, being white nationalist means you're like Hitler. So I don't know. And Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes and rapper Kanye West's Mar-a-Lago estate this week, demonstrating his continued willingness to associate with figures who have well-publicized anti-Semitic views. So Milo wasn't at the dinner, but he is involved in all this anti-Semitic views as he embarks on another White House run. And Trump is one of the most pro-Israel presidents ever. So this is stupid. It's just stupid. It's really stupid that like CNN and they report on it in this way, and people are too. They expect their audience is too dumb to think, wait, Trump is very pro-Israel. In fact, Nick Fuentes, if they did any research on Nick Fuentes, that's one of Nick Fuentes' main gripes about Trump. Nick Fuentes is not completely like, you know, idolizing Trump. Nick Fuentes critiques Trump when he does wrong. And Fuentes West said in the Twitter video is actually a loyalist to Trump, unlike others who he said abandoned the former president after the 2020 election. That's facts. That's facts. Um, and Christ is king, and Trump will be president. What's up, Robbie? What's up, Nugget Man? Nugget Man, I think I'm going to be blind again tonight. I tried to make sure I had the helmet on as much as possible, but even just the little flashes now, my eyes are like traumatized. I think I'm going to have them sandpaper eyes again tonight. What'd you say? Put heavy creamer in it? Freddie Daddy's home? That's something you never heard. How's your daddy doing, North Memphis, in this thing? Too pro. All right. At one point during the dinner, Trump declared that he liked Fuentes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they're acting like they've never met each other. It's like, does CNN not do its research? Nick Fuentes was on the Trump campaign. He was one of the biggest advocates for Trump. Arguably, one of the reasons that Trump got elected was Nick Fuentes, because the Groyper army is a massive army. And that was right around the time the Groyper wars were happening with TPUSA, and the Groypers would code to all the TPUSA shows, and they would say things like, how does taking a D and the B help the conservative movement? And then Charlie Kirk would get all flustered, and Rob Smith, the gay guy, would jump on stage and say, duh, 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 duh. And TPUSA got totally destroyed by the Groypers. And people from TPUSA helped to get Nick Fuentes banned from the entire world, put on no-fly lists, can't use payment processors, can't post anywhere. So what did Nick Fuentes do? He built Cozy. He built Cozy TV, which is an amazing alternate streaming platform, if you guys didn't know. and it's total free speech. If you go to the Cozy TV chat, you'll see you'll be back in the old days when free speech on Call of Duty was a thing. You know, back in the video game days of my day, back in the day, you'll find all the words you're not allowed to say over there. And Fuentes built it. He's a millionaire. Success. He's 23 years old. He does a daily show. He said he commit to doing a daily show for, I think he started at an hour a day. He commit to doing a daily show every single day. And he did it for like 10 years. And not 10 years, like 5 years. But for like, I'm thinking of PewDiePie. But he did it for a long time. And for a while, didn't have a single person watching. And then he blew up. He got on the Trump campaign. He helped get Trump elected. And then he got banned from the entire world because of that. And because he was calling out the Israel First neocons and, the TPUSAs, the Daily Wires, all these places that hire like Dave Rubin as a conservative, places like this. And he got banned. And now he's back in talks with Trump and Ye and Milo, all three super banned. Again, not a Milo fan. But so that's that. They had dinner together. Who will Donald Trump pick as his vice president? Here's some possible nominees. So get ready. Here we go. Carrie Lake. Nope. Uh, Rep. Representative Elise Stefanik. Nope. Nikki Haley. Nah. Governor Ron DeSantis. Bro, that would be epic. That would be truly epic. If Trump and DeSantis, if that was president, vice president, we're taking back the country, guys. Honestly, that's the best opportunity. Does that isn't a loophole in what's his name's bet? I said what's his name because I don't want to say it because he's not here. I know what his name is, but if DeSantis becomes vice president, does he win that bet? I don't think so. Steve King, and then Tim Scott. Nah, not a fan. He's a rhino. Not on the list. Mike Pence. So, I mean, this is the whole women in power thing that Trump does. I'm sure he'll put a. I think these three are very likely. Steve King, it will be a female. I agree. Flat Sabbath. I agree. I don't agree with the premise, but I agree that that's probably what's going to happen. Just because Trump's all about that life. He's all about that life. You know? I'm not so much about that life. Anyway. Rolling Stone, what the? Kanye West announces 2024 presidential bid. Seems to call for Christian theocracy. Let's go. Guys, I'm telling you, I don't know, man. As we get closer, I might vote Yay Fuentes over Trump. I'm not Yay Fuentes. I'll pick Yay Fuentes over Trump Lake. Almost. Trump DeSantis, 100% voting that. But can we get some Christian theocracy up in this mug? Thank God. But Yay probably going to be a Muslim next week or something. We don't know. The embattled rapper designer also gave details about his Mar-a-Lago dinner with Donald Trump, in which he seemed to drag the former president. On Thursday night, just as most of the U.S. was settling in a much-deserved tryptophan coma. That's a myth. That's not real. Kanye West was taking advantage of being allowed back on Twitter, officially announcing his 2024 run for president. Scattered among clips of floating orbs with the words Yay 24 were more substantial videos, however, hinting at disagreements and unhappiness with the Trump-Kanye camp, as well as more details about who may have attended this infamous Mar-a-Lago dinner earlier this month. The first video he posted, which he captioned with the hashtag Yay24, purported to be a Mar-a-Lago debrief in which Ye sits in Yeezy's Los Angeles headquarters speaking with far-right shit stirrer Milo Yiannopoulos, who giggles, nods, and makes faces, reacting to West's statements. The video is a wild ride, with the rapper designer recounting a somewhat contentious dinner with the former president before calling for policies based in the Bible. Nice. Trump was most perturbed about me asking him to be my vice president, West begins. With Yiannopoulos looking on, I think that was lower on the list of things that caught him off guard. West goes on to describe the conversation the two had, the former president's Floridian resort. Trump is really impressed with Nick Fuentes, West said, describing the bleep. That's not true. Well, yeah, okay, we'll call him a white nationalist. I don't know if he considers himself a white nationalist. And I'm not going to call somebody a white nationalist unless that's what they consider themselves to be. Unite the right protester as a loyalist. West then gets into criticisms. He says he launched at Trump. My question would be, why, when you had the chance, did you not free January Sixers? I said, go and get Corey Lewandowski back. Go and get these people that the media tried to cancel. Images of Lewandowski, Karen Giorno, Roger Stone, and Alex Jones flashed on the screen and told you to step away from him. Then Kanye seems to turn on his once powerful friend, criticizing the way he handled the tough talk. This tough talk. Trump, West said, tried to intimidate him and tossed in some mean words about his ex Kim Kardashian, who had fought for who had fought for clemency for several federal prisons. Rolling Stone can't write, including Alice Johnson. And despite the public battle the former couple has had, West didn't seem too happy about the words he used to describe her, which he bleeps out in the clip. Where's this clip? I want to watch this clip. Is the clip on the article? Um, Trump isn't MAGA enough anymore, says Kanye curious extremist. Here we go again. Let's go. This is gonna be exciting. I'm hype. I'm hype. But let's see. You can only call him with Discord. Real none your business. That's right. Hold on. I gotta get the YouTube open so I can see this. I liked Corey Lewandowski. Who is that? I thought that was a January 6th person. Smashley doesn't know what that is. Flat Sabbath. What's up, Flat Sabbath? What's up, Real None Your Business? Smashley. What's up, Frank? Oh, maybe you haven't been in my chat before. There's been another Frank in here, but I don't know. Yep, you got to get Discord. All right. Kanye, mid far right ties. Same article, just a different, there was one day earlier, the sports. There is a paragraph somewhere in this. I don't see it. But anyway, yeah, more articles on that. So that's enough for the political section, I believe. I think that's all the stuff on politics I got. Interesting stuff. Let me open up something real quick. They all part of the NWO. Hola. LJ Fox, Frank. Started looking. All right, that's done. Thanksgiving. How's everybody's Thanksgiving? I got pictures. I'll just show you some pictures real quick. There's my stuffing and my gravy with the chunks in it. There's my green bean casserole. Got a little bit overdone on the top there. I put peas in it this year, canned peas, because I like peas. It was pretty good. Not just peas. There's mostly green beans, but a little bit of peas in there. That's my friend Hunter. Uh, 2 Thanksgivings ago, I had Thanksgiving at his house. He's a cool guy. He's chill. He's talked to Frederica. He's called in on Discord before. That's Echo's food. That's Echo's little dog food, dog safe Thanksgiving meal. Some turkey, some taters, some green beans up in that mug. There's my what's it called? Candied yams, some cranberry, some coleslaw that I put way too much sauce in, so it came out like really liquidy. And there's the turkey. That's a bad picture. There's my plate. Had a baked potato. I had baked potatoes again tonight. The gravy. Close up of the plate. Watching a football game on the lap. Tizzy. Pumpkin, sweet potato pie, not pumpkin pie. I've been turned into an advocate for sweet potato pie. I knew I had it before, hadn't had it in a long time. JLP's always talking about it, so I was like, I want to try this sweet potato pie. And I got some. It's more gritty. I don't know. Maybe some people don't like the texture, but it's grittier than pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie now, if I eat a piece of pumpkin pie, I'm gonna feel like I'm biting into Jello. It's too gelatinous. I like the sweet potato pie. It's more tastes more organic, tastes more gritty, and I like it. Very good. There's Hunter eating his food, and Echo got his bowl, and then he just stared at the food the whole time. Where's the audio? Ain't got no audio.
Giblets, some taters. Oh wait, the giblets are over here.
Giblets. I tried a piece of the liver and a piece of the heart.
I'm saving a piece of giblet for me.
And I was like, nah, this is going to ruin my whole meal if I eat all this. I stand with Trump and pumpkin pie. Ooh! What's up, name? Dang, JS.
Oh, yeah.
You came through, son.
That's a good thing.
See your Discord on Facebook? I like pie, fur, and all. And there's one of my little sandwiches. Ooh, I love getting a little biscuit and just making a sandwich with all these ingredients. There's that sweet potato pie. Oh, that look good. Oh, that look good. What am I looking at in Discord? Politics. Yeah, I already know that that's on Timcast right now. What do you want me to just watch it during my stream? What am I supposed to just pull it up in the middle of the stream? I know Timcast has them on right now. I did not know that before the show started, but it wouldn't have made a difference because I'm not going to not do the show just because somebody else is streaming something. But anyway, let's move on. Go from Thanksgiving celebrations to Balenciaga being satanic pedophiles. Hola, oba, urbanites. Praise the Lord. It tastes like pumpkin pie to me, depending on who makes it. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Yeah, the taste is the same. It's the consistency that's different. Like the pumpkin pie is more like gelatinous, and the sweet potato pie is more gritty. I feel like that's my main. But the taste is about the same. Fish eyes are bust. Eat at the Y. Liver's so good. Liver's so good. I like all pie. I already read that. Hammer time. Echo the dog is greater than Echo the dolphin. I concur, Lord Colin B. What's up, Lord Colin B? Beta potato pie. Good grief. Were you taking those photos with a flip phone? No. That's my cell phone. It's the best phone I got. Where's the PBR? I had Nat. No, actually, I had Blue Moon on Thanksgiving. I stand with Trump. I already read that. Okay. Hola, stubborn one. I mean, I tried the turkey heart. Eat at the Y. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Anyway, Balenciaga. It's gross. We'll talk about it. Balenciaga bears. Balenciaga under fire for twisted ad campaign sexualizing kids. Teddy bears in bondage with little children. Not long after breaking ties with the rapper and anti-Semite. That's so dumb. It's so stupid the way they write. Balenciaga has people fuming due to an ad campaign that features photos of children holding teddy bears that seem to be dressed in S&M and bondage gears. The photos have an overarching sinister aura as well. Internet sleuths who've taken a deeper look at the less than subtle photo shoot have also zoomed in on other photos and found more disturbing content alluding to child sexualization. One of them includes a document about virtual child porn hidden in plain sight. I will say well, the pictures that we got aren't, I mean, they're bad, but I think that picture well, never mind. I saw a picture that someone posted that I was 99.9% sure is a fake picture. So I'm not going to try to show you guys fake pictures. You don't have to like people will take something that's already bad, like we already got them for something bad, and then people on like Twitter and TikTok and stuff will take that and they'll extrapolate it, and they'll edit the photos and stuff to make it 10 times worse. It's like you don't need to make it worse, and I think that's a psyop. I think that's people who are like working with the company, like working with Balenciaga, will put out fake information. So then when people share that fake information, they're like, look at these idiots. They don't. They're just sharing like they. That's what they're saying. They're trying to make us look bad by putting out false stuff. Um, but the basic, what we know is bad enough. The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot in the new products recently, which include very purposely poorly hidden court document about virtual child porn. The products being advertised as the brand's new holiday plush bag collection. In light of the backlash, Balenciaga has issued an apology on Instagram and removed the campaign photos from everywhere. We sincerely apologize for any offense our holiday campaign may have caused. Balenciaga's IG story reads, "Our plush bear bags should not have been featured with children in this campaign." So this is the bag. This is the bag. That's just weird. Where's the pictures? New York Post. Balenciaga files $25 million suit over controversial ad amid BDSM teddy bear backlash. Balenciaga has filed for a $25 million lawsuit against the producers of a controversial ad campaign that includes a child pornography court ruling amid backlash over the luxury brand's BDSM teddy bear ads. New court papers show the fashion house. Spike, good evening. When are arrests going to happen? Never. They got too much money. Amid backlash over the luxury brands, the fashion house brought the suit Friday against production company North Six Inc. and set designer Nicholas Desjardins and his eponymous company for the inclusion in one of the ads of legal documents from the U.S. Supreme Court decision on child porn laws. Where's the picture? I know I got pictures. So in the pictures, you see this court document is a document about, you know, uh, I guess sex stuff, children's sex stuff. Balenciaga. What is this? This day in history. Nope. I wish I didn't have this ad here. See, there's so bondage teddy bears, but then there's little girls holding them. I think I have more pictures. Balenciaga, child sacrifice, cannibalism, and couture. So see, here's one of the pictures. So it's a little girl laying down. Look like she's wearing some Yeezys. She's got the bondage bear. Um, and and then when we look into the lady who designed this stuff, scandal around the ad campaign for the high fashion house Balenciaga has turned up more disgusting images. Um, so these are tweets from now. These aren't related, or actually, I think this may be related. This nothing looks bad about this picture, right? So they zoomed in on this book that's on the desk, right? Michael Borman. What is this book? What is this book that's on the desk? Michael Borman's Fire from the Sun. Fire from the Sun is, well, all the pictures are blurred out, but it's a book about children sacrifice, satanic rituals done with little children, and they're all coated in blood and all these other things. All these pictures are blurred out, unfortunately, but that's what that book is about. So it's real like discreet. It's like hidden. Like there's nothing. No, you see this, you're not going to think anything bad about it. And the main bad thing about the child with the bondage bears, the main bad thing about that is that they had a court document on the table talking about pedophilia, and then they have a little girl with a bondage teddy bear. What are you trying to say here, Balenciaga? It's very subtle. They do it very subtly. So like that one picture I saw with the kid with the VR helmet, that was fake. They're not gonna be that overt about it. It's subtle things. And the kid was like taped into the chair. Yeah, that was 100% photoshopped. But instead, the cops will protect them from parents who would take the law into their own hands. Washer and dryer for laundry was $3K, $3,000 for a washer and dryer for laundry. Is that good? That's a lot of money. The weird document in the shots. Yeah, the document was weird. This book is weird. This is another ad campaign from Balenciaga. It's from this lady that works at Balenciaga. But this book, this is a pedophilic satanic book. The documents, the fact that there's a bondage teddy bear, which they're obviously probably for adults, right? They're probably very, very expensive bags for adults. Um, and then they have a little kid in the article. It's kind of weird. So, and then fans are flooding Kim Kardashian's Instagram with comments asking her to denounce Balenciaga amid holiday scandals. I guess she went to damn. I don't care what you say. God. Sorry. I'm sorry. She goes to prisons and I take me to JDC right now. Put me in juvie. How come she never came to juvie when I was there? What the? I don't care. I know she's not really. She's a Jezebel. Um, not like a fan of Kim Kardashian, but she bad. I don't care what you say. She bad. She bad. Um, yeah, it's not what you're buying. They're selling to kids to God knows what, sacrifice and do. Documenting sexual assaults in several shots. Don't read that. What am I not supposed to read? I'm gonna go read it. Oh, the washer and dryer thing. I can't tell which comments you guys want me to read and which ones you don't want me to read. How am I supposed to know? Berenstein Bondage Bear. Bohemian Grove. Uh, but yeah, so they're all trying to tell her to leave Balenciaga. Um, God, why do girls do this though? It's very superficial. Like they want us not to objectify them, but you take a picture of yourself and your whole face is covered by the cell phone. I don't. There's a lot of girls on my Facebook who do this. They take pictures like this, and they're all like posing. They got their butt up on the counter. They're arching their back, and they're taking a picture. But it's like, don't look at my face. Don't look at my face. I'm very insecure about my face. But here, look at my entire body, scantily clad and near naked. But don't look at my face. Don't look me in the eyes. Don't look me in the eyes. What's that movie where the guy keeps trying to sleep with the lady, and every time he goes to sleep with her, she's like, "Don't look." Oh, it's the Spelling Bee movie. It's the Spelling Bee movie where that's a good movie. I watched it the other night. Is it Jason Bateman? What's it called? I think it's called The Spelling Bee, where he goes to a kid's spelling bee. That's a good movie. You guys seen that movie? Let me know. Bail. Uh, don't read this, Josh. It's embarrassing. Strip clubs are just fancy shoe shows. Facts. Nasty women. That's not hot. Turn her down for Jersey Mike roast beef with everything sub with their Mike sauces. You'd turn down Kim Kardashian for a Jersey Mike sub? Dang. That's pretty alpha, D Melkin. I'd like to have Kim Kardashian make me a sub. That'd be nice. Yeah, Raymond, what's she wearing? Phone is the new brown bag. All right. I bet Kanye could yodel in the valley. All right, what's next? Next, the Walmart shooting. We gotta move on. Before we move on, look at my Christmas decorations, everybody. Look at that. Look at the decorations. It's nice. And then man, we're almost already through with the first segment. It's only been an hour. Not even an hour. But last but not least, we got another shooting. We got another Walmart shooting. This shirt's too tight. Octomom is greater than Kim. Most alpha thing Dean's ever said. That's what it is. The Spelling Bee. This is a good movie. You seen that movie? I like it. I like it a lot. It was funny. But when he's trying to sleep with the girl and the reporter lady, she's like, "Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" And then so he looks away, and as soon as he looks back, she's done. I said, "Don't look at me." She's like, "You ruined it. You ruined it. You got to start over." She's howled out. Howled out. What's that mean? That means she's been run through. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably they got exercises for that though. They're called Kegels. Yes, I would. I don't think she's got nothing. She's nothing to bother with. Now, the pastor's wife that I was looking at was a different story. Damn. Okay. Lord, Dean, repent. Repent, boy. All right. So yes, another shooting at Walmart. Somber times, but it's getting kind of repetitive. I really think we need to start considering common sense Walmart reform because these Walmart shootings, these assault Walmarts keep claiming lives. Um, we just keep seeing assault Walmarts in the hands of crazy people. People die, and it's a problem. We need some common sense Walmart reform. We need better Walmart laws. You know, maybe a legal age to go in Walmart would help. Maybe background checks to enter Walmart. That might help the situation. No silencers on your Walmart. That might save us from all these Walmart shootings. But let's talk about it. Let's see what we got so far. So, of course, when it first broke, it was a MAGA supporting white supremacist guy. At least that's what Freddie said. Not that he's any sort of reliable source, but he told me it was a MAGA supporting. He might have just been lying, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of his media came out and said that off the rip before they did any sort of research into the situation. But um, I don't know if he was a MAGA supporting white supremacist, guys. I just don't think. I don't think that's the case in this one. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the articles. We got The Hill. Walmart shooting claims teen. Oh, wait. Actually, I got videos. I got clips. Damn. I almost forgot about the clips, guys. I think I got. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got clips. We got clips for the politics segment. I forgot to play one clip. Let's play this.
So as we break bread this evening.
This is just, we talked about Trump. We talked about Ye. We do occasionally have to check in. We do occasionally have to do our Biden watch. We do got to do a Biden watch. The laptop is, we're finally allowed to say the laptop was real. That laptop that everybody's known about, the Hunter Biden laptop with all the hookers and the prostitute and the crack cocaine and all that stuff, and his business dealings with, foreign countries and getting paid for stuff that he knows nothing about, being a shell corporation for the big guy. That laptop, we're allowed to talk about that on YouTube now, guys. Did you know that? CNN said that it's a thing. So we're allowed to talk about it. I got banned for talking about that laptop twice. Once like 2 years ago during the election, and then once more recently when the 4chan thing happened with the 4chan leak. I got banned twice for that damn laptop, and now it's legit. But I don't get those bans removed from my record on Facebook. If I catch one more 30-day ban on Facebook, I think I'm permabanned. It'll be my 5th or 6th. And I heard you can only get 5. So, or maybe it's my 4th. I don't know. I've had at least 4. At least 4. I think it's 4 or 5, possibly 6. But I've heard you can only get 5. So maybe I only have 4. But anyway, for that stupid laptop. But now we're allowed to talk about the laptop. We talked about Kanye. We talked about Trump. We talked about the Arizona. We've been talking about the lack of the red wave last week and all these other weeks. Midterms are over. We got to get back to Biden watch, guys. We got some excellent gaffes. Excellent gaffes. We get to make fun of the most popular, most fairly elected president in history. Let's go.
Let's remember the hard times, speak of the good times, and honor all who have served and are currently serving and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you the President of
Juan, smile at the President, Juan.
The Honorable Mr. Joe
Jose.
Biden.
Thank you very much.
You're never going to get another chance like this, Jose.
Imagine this has to be boring for these kids to stand up here.
Really? I bet.
You're allowed to do anything you want, including go steal a pumpkin if you want. Anything you want to do.
You're allowed to steal a pumpkin?
You're allowed to do anything you want, including go steal.
Jose's like, what?
Anything you want to do.
Yo, I'm about to
Folks,
get me a
it's
pumpkin.
an honor for Jill and I to be here. The reason we came is the chef's not bad. You know, we've had a lot.
The chef's not bad. Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm assuming he's talking about at the event. If the kids want on their way out, they can take a pumpkin with them. I'm assuming that's what he went. But, you know, it's not very presidential. Remember what all the liberals would say about Trump? I don't like the way he talks. He's not very presidential. He's not very presidential in the way. It's not very presidential to tell Mexican kids they're allowed to steal pumpkins, Joe. Jeez Louise.
They've been counted and verified. There's no ballot stuffing. There's no foul play.
I bet.
The only red wave.
That's not what Arizona said.
Going to be a German Shepherd Commander knocks over the cranberry sauce on our table.
A German Shepherd. A German Shepherd Commander. We're gonna knock over the cranberry sauce. Sounds like he had a stroke, bro. Is there a club for politicians in the Democrat Party where like we only elect stroke victims? He sounds like he has a stroke. Watch one half of his face doesn't move, and I have an excellent example of how God has destroyed all the word. I'm a German Shepherd Commander. Why are we talking about your dog, Joe? Well, I guess it's Thanksgiving. They try to do like a I'm a nice family guy routine. Let's see it.
My fellow Americans, please welcome the 20.
See, the left side of his face ain't moving.
Largest national turkey presentation ever held at the White House. My dear friends, I'm going to introduce them again. Roy Cooper and First Lady Kristen Cooper here. Truly fantastic leaders. Say hi, man.
I clipped that because you know
Lady Kristen Cooper.
Let's just listen again. How all these words have blended together into one giant word. Here's Christian and First Lady. It's pretty impressive how he can just make his own new language.
National turkey presentation ever held at the White House. My dear friends, I'm going to introduce them again. Roy Cooper and First Lady Kristen Cooper. Say hi, man.
Truly fantastic leaders, I think he said.
And a special thanks to members of my staff for their young children who are here today as well. Matter of fact, look, you see that dog up in the balcony there, that German Shepherd? That's my dog, Commander. I was worried if he came down here with all, if he just do nothing but kiss you and lick you. But he may go after the turkey.
Joe! So the mic is on this side. You're not supposed to face away from the mic and talk. He does this at every freaking interview. Does he not have somebody teaching him how to orate, how to like present something to people? How would you feel, guys, if I just in the middle of the show started talking to you guys like this? So, in further news, Joe Biden, he's an excellent president. I like how he just kind of spins around and just talks to the sky and nobody has any idea what he's talking about. And he just, if you give him a chair like this, he'll just do this. Oh shit, I just unplugged my headphones. He'll just kind of spin around. Wait, what is he saying? I don't know what he's saying. I don't know. And I haven't been recording. Damn it, I always keep forgetting to record. I forgot to record like the last two weeks. I have to record so I can do shorts and clips and all that stuff. All right. Life alert commercials. Let's get back to the clip.
There. But I want to thank them for being here as well. But before I gobble up too much time.
Now that was good timing. He said, before I gobble up much more time. And I almost thought this was like a sound thing. Like somebody had a button that they hit right when he said that. But it's actually the turkey next to him gobbled right when he said, I don't want to gobble up any more time. Unless maybe the handlers had a way to like tickle the turkey's balls and make it gobble or something. I don't know. That was good timing on the turkey's part. Not on Joe's part. That turkey has excellent timing. I think the turkey should probably give the speech. Or maybe the dog. Maybe the German Shepherd.
Up there. But I want to thank them for being here as well. But before I gobble up too much time.
He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Man, don't start on.
He's like, I just said gobble and the turkey gobble. What the?
That's my grandson, Bo, up there, and my granddaughter. Don't let him jump.
He just said, don't let him jump.
We got to.
Here we go. Here's the best one.
9.5 million turkeys a year.
God love you. 9.5 million turkeys. I tell you what, that's like some of the countries I've been to. Anyway.
Brain is short circuiting. Anyway. He always does the anyway. Brain short circuiting. What the hell did I just say? Did I just say 9 million turkeys sounds like some of the countries I've been to? We gave him the benefit of the doubt on the pumpkin stealing one day. He was just telling those kids they could take a pumpkin home from the event. You know, they probably had a bunch of decorative pumpkins out. I get it. It still sounds really bad. Bad speech writing on behalf of his writers, or his programmers or whatever, whoever's controlling the deep fake and the hologram, they're not doing a good job. But this one, what the hell is he talking about? 9 million turkeys is like some of the countries I've been to. Is he saying there are countries that are heavily populated by turkeys? Is he saying that some people are comparable to turkeys and that population in that area is like, what are you saying? Do you hunt people, Joe? Do you eat people in these countries? What are you doing? What are you talking about, bro?
Talk.
Including go steal a pumpkin if you want.
You can go steal.
So as we break bread this evening, let's remember the hard times, speak of the good times,
so the volume was down on this
and
clip
honor
in the
all
first one.
who have served and are currently serving and their families. Ladies and gentlemen.
We don't need to watch it again. We already know what he said. So that's the I had already ended the politics segment. That was the end of the politics segment. And then I do have a clip for the Walmart. Let's move on to the Walmart thing. We'll get through this, and we'll proceed with the show.
This Thanksgiving, the community in Chesapeake, Virginia is still grappling with the loss of 6 lives inside a Walmart Tuesday night. And we're also learning new details tonight about the possible motive of the 31-year-old gunman. We now know more about the victims and the jobs they held. They ranged in age from 16 to 70 and included an overnight shelf stocker and custodian. After the shooting, President Biden said because of yet another horrific and senseless act of violence, there are now even more tables across this country that will have empty seats this Thanksgiving.
Tommy Uptown
this morning,
Davis,
he called on
downtown
Congress
Brown.
to try to do something to save lives and again called for a ban on assault weapons.
Again called for a ban on assault weapons.
Wait, we
Deadly
need a ban on
shooting
Walmart.
inside that Walmart. She says she worked alongside.
Why do they never call for a ban on Walmart? And a ban on schools? Can we just ban gay clubs, Walmarts, schools, and rub and tug salons? Because those places are always in churches. Well, no, let's not ban churches. Hey, whoa. Let's not go that far. But let's ban all those other places because there's a lot of shootings happening in those areas. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be logically consistent like the Democrats.
The shooter one day before the tragedy and was inside of that break room when the suspect opened fire. Her name is Breonna Tyler. She's only been a Walmart employee, she tells us, for a couple of months. And
isn't it weird how all the names, like Pepe, the Pepe guy in Pelosi's house was Pepe the Frog. Now we have Breonna Tyler, who looks vaguely similar to another name of a black woman, Breonna Taylor. It's weird how they use. Whoa! I got to be careful what I'm saying here because I'm not saying that these are crisis actors. I'm not saying that. It is just odd that her name is so close to Breonna Taylor's. It's like they want to keep things fresh in your mind. Yeah, that's what's up, Frank. RB false flag. Yeah, I got to be careful. I can't say that. RB, but let's keep watching. And also, pay attention. There's one thing that I slowed down in this next part of the clip, in this interview with one of the survivors. It's very important. It has no relevance on the clip or any of the shooting. It's very telling. It's very informative. Let's watch.
she joins us now live from her home. Breonna, thank you for taking the time for being with us. How are you? How are you doing today?
I'm still processing things. I can't get the visual out of my head, but I'm okay physically, of course, but just mentally and emotionally, it's definitely a lot to take in. It definitely is a lot, but I'll be okay.
I'm glad to hear that. Being able to focus on that, I can't imagine. So tell us about those moments. You said processing it. What are you processing?
Well, I was literally just getting to work. Our shift is from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I got there a few minutes late. About 10:06 is when I clocked in.
I got there a few minutes late. About 10:06 is when I clocked in.
I got there a few minutes late. About 10:06 is when I
Who would have guessed it?
On my phone, I walked to the break room like normal. That's where we have our nightly meeting of where everyone's going to be.
All right, guys, I know that has no bearing on the clip, but who would have guessed that she didn't show up to work on time? Like, come on. Come on now. That's a little too on the nose, ABC News Live. Who wrote this script? That's a little too on the nose. Come on now. Come on now. Are you serious?
You know, stocking their particular section. Then, like, when I walked in the room, something in me told me not to sit down. I don't know exactly what it was, but something just said, just stand up, just stand up. And I just stood up the entire time. And as soon as the team lead said he was about to get the meeting started, he said, all right, guys, we have a really light night tonight.
CPT.
And as soon as he said that,
you know what?
The supervisor or the manager just came around the corner and literally just opened fire and just started swaying his arm back and forth. He didn't have a target. He didn't, you know, he wasn't aiming for anybody specifically. He literally just came around the corner and literally just opened fire and just started swaying his arm back and forth. He didn't have a target. He didn't, you know, he wasn't aiming for anybody specifically. He literally was just shooting across the entire break room.
Police released a message titled Death Note, found on 31-year-old.
Hold on, Freddie. Hold on a second. This guy's name is Andre Bing. Okay? You said he's a white supremacist MAGA supporter. He's a satanic, demon-possessed Chinegro. Am I allowed to say that? I just said it, so I hope so. What do you mean he's a white supremacist MAGA supporter?
Andre Bing's cell phone, in which he complained about being harassed and wrote he was tormented by his co-workers. Authorities say Bing legally purchased the 9mm handgun used in the attack just hours before he killed 6.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, Butch. I think that whole story she just told is bullshit, and she just wants some publicity. I think she was so late that she missed out on the whole event. And she got there, she's like, dang, if I would have got in here on time, then I would have been part of the story. But I'm not, so I'm just going to make up. But he handed us trash bag. Oh, I clipped that part out. But, yeah, she got there late. That's why she's alive today. Hey, CPT.
And injured 7 others. This Thanksgiving, the community in Chesapeake, Virginia is still grappling with the loss of 6. On this Thanksgiving, just the 9mm handgun used in the attack just hours before he killed 6 and injured 7 others.
Okay, here's something I didn't even think about when I was putting this clip together. Let's just remember, I don't know, 3 minutes ago to the beginning of the clip. Here, let's go right about here. Biden calls for gun reform after mass shootings. Hold on, let's listen.
Country that will have empty seats this Thanksgiving. This morning, he called on Congress to try to do something to save lives and again called for a ban on assault weapons.
Again called for a ban on assault weapons. Now, here's the same reporter the next day. He's calling for a ban on assault weapons.
Before he killed 6 and injured 7 others. Bing legally purchased the 9mm handgun used in the attack just hours before he killed 6 and injured 7 others.
Is anybody else picking up what I'm putting down here? Before they announced that he legally purchased the 9mm handgun, the day before that, when they knew what type of gun he had used, right? They knew what type of gun he had used. But before they released that information and before they released the information that he had just purchased his 9mm handgun, Joe Biden publicly called for a ban on assault weapons. Assault weapon. Now, we know that assault weapons is just a made-up term. The same way this is an assault PS5 controller. If I throw it at your face, this is an assault pen. If I stab you in the eye with it, this is an assault cell phone. If I shove it up your, so, oh shit, Joe Camden. So we know that's just a stupid term, and when they say they know a guy just killed people with a 9mm that he legally bought, and then the president comes out and says, "Where's your murder?" No, I'm sorry. He didn't say that. He said, we need to ban assault weapons. What is he saying? Are you saying a pistol used to kill somebody is an assault weapon? I think that's what they're saying. It is accurate. I mean, it is an assault weapon if you use it to assault somebody. But if a pistol, that means they're trying to ban all the guns. And if a gun has never killed anybody, how is it an assault gun? Because a gun has never just jumped up and killed anybody. Now, I'm not going to go spend too much time talking about this because we already know all these arguments. These are the same talking points that all the conservatives have, the common sense rebuttals to common sense gun reform, which is stupid. You can't buy a gun until you're 21, but you can go fight for your country and die in an endless war in Ukraine with Russia, potential nuclear war when you're 17. But you can't buy a gun until you're 21. That's common sense gun reform. It's very commonsensical. If a pistol is used to assault somebody, we can ban all the pistols because they are now assault weapons. Common sense, guys. I think we need common sense Walmart reform, common sense public school reform, common sense gay club reform, and then we're going to be okay. As long as we get rid of those three things, we won't have all these shootings anymore. And we let people bring guns to church. If you go to a church that doesn't let you carry, what are you doing? Churches are soft targets, right? Because they think, all these, not actually. I don't know. I don't know if all churches ban guns. Maybe that's some churches do, some churches don't type thing. I haven't really looked into it, but a church is not necessarily a soft target because people could have guns at church. A church is often a target for a mass shooter because usually they're vexed at God. These are satanic, demon-possessed people who want to go on a killing spree. Oftentimes they're going to pick a soft target where nobody's going to have a gun and where they can just go in and mow people down. But sometimes they'll pick the thing that they resent the most, and they hate God. They maybe their parents were too overbearing Christians, so they hate God, they hate Christianity, so they go up and shoot up a church. I don't think you should be going to church because of this, unless you have a gun on you. But I mean, you can go to church without a gun, but Jesus told you to sell your cloak and buy a sword. So I don't think you're walking around with a lightsaber or a gladiolus or whatever that sword is called. You're not walking around with one of those. Get yourself a dang pistol. And if your state doesn't allow it, well, it's probably a Democrat state, and yeah, it's going to destroy itself anyway. So you might as well just go to like Florida or Utah or something. How funny if they were. Hold on, I can't read that. What was that sound? I just heard a sound. That rich preacher got robbed live. You talking about Cleflo Dollar? I think that was Cleflo Dollar. I think I know what you're talking about, Flat Sabbath. I can't remember. Funny how they want to get rid of all the things they don't like and then use it wrongfully and say they got rid of it all for us. The church I attend allows open carry. Yeah, so I think that's up to them, and also it probably depends on where you live. I'm sure, but see, I know churches around here, and I'm in Utah. Utah is legal open carry with no license. You don't even have to have a license to conceal carry. You can conceal carry or open carry with no sort of license. Of course, you have to legally own the gun, but as long as you legally own the gun, you can walk around with it on you without any extra sort of licenses, and nobody can say nothing to you. But there are churches out here, not Mormon churches. I think it's a Catholic church. It might be Lutheran. I think it's actually Lutheran. But there's a church down the street from me that has a big sign in front and it has gates around it, and it says no firearms allowed on the property. You have a giant sign in the front of your church advertising that you are not only a soft target, but a prime target for a crazy, demonic, Satan-possessed person. Now, why do I keep saying crazy, demonic, Satan-possessed person? Well, because nobody's going to go up and shoot 30 people or shoot 6 people or shoot 10 people unless they're demon-possessed. Do I have any sort of evidence to back this up? Oh, I do have some evidence to back me up. Because the guy left a note. The guy left a note. Andre Bing left a note. Before we get into the note, we'll look at some of the victims. I do want to take some time for the victims. So here we go. Shooting claims teen, young woman, father, and mother. And also, remember when I said it's very important in the clip how the girl said when he came in, he didn't have a target. He was, these bullets are rated E for everyone. He was just swinging his arm around and shooting. So this was not a white supremacist MAGA supporter attack. He killed 2 black people, 3 black people, it looks like, just based off this picture. One, maybe, I don't know, Middle Eastern or something guy. This is the youngest one. He was 16 years old, just started at Walmart, I think the day before or very recently, just started Walmart. That's horrible. I'm not trying to make light or levity to any of this, but I am trying to show that it was not some racist, white supremacist hate crime. It was a hate crime, but everything's a hate crime. We always say that. But, he was not discriminating. He was just shooting. He was crazy. He was demon-possessed. So, Virginia Walmart gun left a death note saying he felt harassed by coworkers. And there he is. That's Andre Bing. I don't think this has the note, but I do have the note. Luckily, thanks to JLP. Let's check out the death note. So this is the death note. Let's take a quick read of it. Death note, and it's labeled death note. Okay, guys, come on now. Who titles their death note death note? For real? For real? Sorry, God, I failed you. This was not your fault, but my own. I failed to listen to the groans of the Holy Spirit. That's biblical. Which made me a poor representation of you. I was harassed by idiots with low intelligence and a lack of wisdom. I know how you feel, buddy. I remained strong through most of the torment, but my dignity was completely taken away beyond repair by my phone getting hacked. I can't say that they were the only ones that lacked intelligence and wisdom. I was just as guilty and failed my management team and everyone that ever loved me by convincing them that I was normal. Blank and the associates orchestrated it. They redacted, I should say. Orchestrated it. That's not how you spell orchestrated at all, but close. And now here's the problem. You can't be calling your coworkers idiots and be talking about how people are stupid and spell orchestrated like that. ORCASTRAIGHTET. Oh, man. You need to move this H over to here. Yeah, you just need to fix all of that. If they laughed and made subtle code speeches, which I eventually figured out. Oh, he's schizophrenic. He's finding codes and everything. I thought Redacted was my friend, but he betrayed me. Betrayal is one of the worst feelings next to regret. They laughed at me and said I was like Jeffrey Dahmer. I would have never killed anyone that entered my house. A few months, but you'll kill them at Walmart. That makes sense. You are like Jeffrey Dahmer. They were correct. A few months back, and how did this guy become a manager of a Walmart? Don't managers at Walmart make like $100K a year? I need to go but I can't become a manager of a Walmart because I'm a felon. True facts. I can't even get a job at Walmart because of my record. But yet, they'll hire this guy and make him a manager, making $100K a year as a manager at Walmart. And he is a schizophrenic, psycho, demon-possessed mass murderer. Good job, Walmart. Good job. Good stringent background checks there, guys. They laughed at me and said, oh, I already read that. A few months back, I had overheard Redacted talking to Redacted, and he told me that he had been trying to get rid of me since day one. After I heard that, I lashed out. The associates gave me evil, twisted grins, mocked me, and celebrated my downfall the last day. That's why they suffer the same fate as me. From Redacted from maintenance was emanating with the Holy Spirit, which I could feel. People thought that she was crazy for walking out, but unlike me, she actually listened to the Holy Spirit. Like Redacted knew that they were antagonizing me. So one day she approached me in personnel and apologized to me. On her last day, she looked me in the eyes, terrified by a demonic aura. My true intent was never to murder anyone. Believe it or not, I was actually one of the most loving people in the world. If you would get to know me, these are called delusions of grandeur. I just wanted a wife that was equally yoked as I and obsessed over the thought. This is what, like I was just telling you guys, how these people will shoot up churches. This is proving my point. This is proving my point that these people are often, not often, 100% of the time, spiritually traumatized. Not mentally traumatized, not physically traumatized. They are spiritually traumatized. They are possessed by demons. My true intent was never to in loving people in the world. If you would get to know me, I just wanted a wife who's equally yoked. I didn't deserve a wife. However, I didn't deserve a wife. Facts. I hope that people will learn from everyone's mistakes and truly love God and not the material possessions of this world. My only wish would have been to start over from scratch and that my parents would have paid closer attention to my social deficits. Sorry, everyone, but I did not plan this. I promise things just fell in place like I was led by Satan. I have written songs in the past, though. I only did it when I realized that my phone was hacked and was giving the worst feeling imaginable. I wish that I could have saved everyone from myself. I will spare Redacted because I have a special place for her in my heart because my mother died from cancer. Please, Redacted, let everyone know that bitter seed apricots are the cure for cancer and not the doctor. What? This guy's got the cure for cancer? Bitter seed apricots? My God, forgive me for what I'm going to do. You just said your God was Satan. Your daddy's Satan. Bro, your daddy's Satan. Straight up. You just said it in the letter. So this is what the medical field would call schizophrenia. This is what I would call spiritually traumatized, demon possessed. So just that's kind of deep. That's kind of deep. Walmart shooting gunman bought gun hours before deadly rampage and left a death note on his phone. He bought his pistol, and now they want to ban assault weapons again. Andre being what we know about the alleged gunman in Chesapeake Walmart mass shooting. I think we covered enough of this. Police said the attacker used a pistol in the attack, but released no further details about a murder weapon, including the exact make and model, whether or not it was legally purchased. They released that later. This article's from earlier, obviously, because they have released that he legally purchased it. In a press conference on Wednesday morning, Chesapeake Police Chief Mark Solsky said that law enforcement received the first 911 call about the shooting at 10:12 on Tuesday. Kevin Harker, a man who identified himself as a store worker, claimed he had just left the break room when one of the managers entered and just started spraying. So, in a Facebook Live video, he claimed he had a near miss with the shooter as he had just left the break room when the gunfire erupted. That's crazy. That's wild. Chilling manifesto on Walmart gunman. Andre Bing's phone reveals possible motive for Chesapeake shooting. That's what I just read to you guys. And last story, just because it's related. This should be in rapid fire. I just threw it in here because it is related. This is from Black Friday. There was one person shot at a Lumberton Walmart on Black Friday. They have not released any information about the person because they probably black. And nobody died. There was an argument between two customers on Black Friday at a Walmart. One of them shot the other one. Nobody died. The person is safe and recovered. The other person, they have the suspect. They haven't released any information about the suspect. You know what that means. Just wanted to throw that in. We need common sense Walmart reform in these Black Friday sales. They call it Black Friday for a reason. Because everybody looks like they're looting the stores and people get shot. That's why they call it Black Friday. All right, that's it for the news, guys. That's it for the news. Well, that's it for the main first segment of news. We do have rapid fire news. We got some memes. We'll take some calls. I'm going to take a quick break. Let me find a song to play for you guys, and then we'll just. I don't really have a lot of memes. I don't have a lot of rapid fire stuff, so we'll get into our third segment pretty quick. If you guys want to jump in the, how do you want to do it? You want to jump in the Discord chat or do calls? Looks like Freddie tried calling me. You missed a call from Freddie J 703. Lines weren't open yet, Freddie. You can call back in a second. After I take my break. I don't know how you guys want to do it, because I usually say call in which case we just do this. If you want to call me directly, all you do is get your Discord, and then you go in your Discord, highlight that little code that I just posted in chat, Dreadedconservative number 8287. Highlight that, copy it, and then go to add friends in Discord. You can add me to your friends list, and you can call me directly. Or, since I know that sometimes they just jump in the chat room, or you can go to the Discord server if you already are in it, and you can just join the Just Chatting voice channel, and I'll jump in there shortly, or I'll take calls, however it works out. But Freddie, you can call back in a second. Name my college scores say I comprehend at above university level. I don't believe it. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that when Michael Jordans were becoming big, people would riot and fight over shoes. That's crazy. Dean, people rioted and fought and stabbed each other over a dang Popeye's chicken sandwich. So, I mean, if they'll do it over a $7 sandwich, then you know they'll do it over a $200 pair of kicks. Let me find some music. Close this. I wonder if I play. The Timcast hasn't started yet. I know Tim has said that he doesn't mind if people use his content because he considers it news, which is fair use.
Was threatening to drug him and to put him in zombie land forever, to the point where playing with his children wasn't going to be the same ever again. Yeah. That was a huge threat made against Ye. Definitely. Right? This is why I think it's important to talk about SSRIs, psychotropics, all the drugs, especially with the way that they have affected individuals like Jordan Peterson. To think that these drugs that Big Pharma gives out like they're just candy doesn't have any long-term mental effects, I think is a conversation guys, that should be had. Down, it shouldn't be a controversy.
Sorry, that's really loud.
Since clearly there's a link there.
Why do you think people are?
If this goes down, if I stream this while I take my break,
or,
then just check back in a couple in like 5 minutes, and I'll have the stream up again.
There's a big industry.
Because I don't know if this is gonna hit me for this.
Everywhere that I think is worth criticizing, that I think is worth talking about, and this is why
suggestion.
I wanted to bring up.
Do you feel the same way about like lithium or
Tim can skate like a mug? I know he skates better than me.
I think.
But hold on.
Far bigger.
I don't see Ye. This is not. Who's this chick? What the? She looks like she just saw a ghost. Ye and joined to discuss dinner. Ye, I guess they're not on yet. Oh wait, there's Ye right there. Did they leave? I guess they left already. They only stopped by for a few minutes because after 30 minutes, they're not on the show. After an hour, they're not on the show. So let's scroll back. So we're not watching this live.
See what's really been happening.
Apparently they walked off.
Now we can really understand. We can see that Ron
Emmanuel
was right next to Obama.
Oh my God! Okay,
Jared
Kushner we'll find that.
Right
we'll find that when I get back. Let me go take my break. Listen to this real quick.
But so we're getting right into it, I guess, right? I was hoping to go for the news first before we got into all of this stuff. I think the issue is one way to put it is you're expounding upon a localization issue that you've witnessed, right? Let me clarify. There are a handful of people that you see are Jewish in a certain place, and then you associate Judaism with the power, whereas I view that as not relevant to it. Like, yeah, you're substantially more powerful than I am, but I don't view what you're doing as an issue of black people.
Yeah, but have you ever heard the term the black vote? So it's okay to put us in one net, but it's not okay for me to put them in one net.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's the basis of the hypocrisy that people have been thinking about and knowing about and realizing for decades. We were all wondering how this dam was going to break. Everybody in the country was wondering, What is the root of this hypocrisy? Why can people talk about white people a certain way? Why can't they talk about that group a certain way? And the wretched and wicked and oppressive prevailing orthodoxy of cancel culture, well, it turned out that the one thing that was going to break the dam was the biggest star in the world, and it took the biggest star in the world to do it. And now the dam is broken.
So let me tell you my issue. I don't like identitarianism. You guys are familiar with what that is?
Well, they started it, and they've been visiting on us. We're trying to break it.
When I was asking you about running for president, you immediately said, well, you'd be good for the black vote. And I said, is that because I'm black? No, not just because of that. So is that, are you doing the same thing?
I didn't say that was the only reason. I said it was because you're personable to the common person, and you probably would do well with the black vote. Absolutely.
Just because I'm black? Because a lot of black people don't like me.
Of course, I think race plays a role in a lot of things. Absolutely, and I think that I think the construct of race has really been forced upon us as just something for us to be woke about and just constantly talk about and use it as these like walls. Couldn't you say the same thing about Judaism?
Well, let's look at the facts of what I'm saying, though. If you say in this neighborhood where they gerrymander, there's this amount of time. So, hey, I wasn't doing that. I was just gerrymandering the lawyers and the Hollywood executives and the people at the bank that debanked me and then froze my accounts. It's like we want to jump into protecting the idea that we can't put a net around something, right? But that's been my job as a producer, to take, a Roy Ayers sample and put a James Brown drum and put it within a 2-minute, 3-minute song. That's the way I actually think, and that's the way I talk. And now this morning, I found out that they were trying to put me in prison because what they did was I moved $140 million into JP Morgan. And I said, I want to talk to Jamie Dimon. Like, look at me. I'm just going in naive, multi-billionaire. Like, maybe Jamie Dimon will let me in on some deal flow. Wrong. And I'm just like banging my hands like, I want to meet with Jamie. And I start complaining online. And then they debank me for complaining. And so I'm about to get debanked. They're like, you need to go to Trump's, the bank, AXO, whatever, you got to go. And I'm like, I've been trying to buy my own bank for the longest. And then we figured out how to get my own bank. It's like 50 million, 75 million. So I'm about to buy my own bank. But then as they're about to take the money out, here comes Adidas with a $275 million bill for marketing funds that they agreed upon. Because I said to them, hey, I'm the marketing, give me the marketing fund. Which proves by the response they got when they, stole the designs and said, we're going to not call them Yeezys anymore. So this is what I was already fighting Adidas for. So I'm fighting Gap, get out of Gap, fighting Adidas. And then I deal with this little bit of noise from, Zionism from the fashion world, where they use this plant named Gabby, who's obviously like some kind of CIA agent, knows nothing about fashion. This is a certain thing. When someone can't dress, you know that they're not like a fashion person. They're just there as like the society, like the control that they try to use with celebrities, which has now been broken, right? Because where it broke. I know okay. I want to get on like LeBron in a second, but I'm gonna come back to this and just talk about this morning where, I'm not gonna mention her name because she's a nice lady, but someone at Cohen Resnick tells me, and I tell all of my finance people, never use the term a lot. But they said, okay, you're going to have to pay a lot of taxes. And that made me feel like they're just like waiting, like we finally got him. We finally can put him in jail. And I was like, can I still run for president in jail? I found out I could. So I was like, okay, that's fine then. It'll be okay.
But if you were Jeffrey Epstein, they wouldn't touch your bank account. They would allow you to break the rules, regulations, just like JP Morgan and Chase did, just like Deutsche Bank did. So there is an issue to bring up with that. But when it comes to the race stuff, I think this is an important discussion to have because
I have to complete this thought. You guys got to.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, because I'm talking about literally finding out that they were trying to put me in prison this morning. Watch this. So
this morning.
Yes. So not come to my house this morning, but I found out, okay, so they put a $75 million hold on 4 of my accounts. Okay. And then they said, you owe a lot of taxes. Took me like 6 hours to find out how much a lot was.
Excellent connection.
Said,
Whoa,
well, around $50 million. Now I'm going to different CFOs. Like
I can barely hear, and the volume's all the way up.
Tax
Well,
evasion.
sorry about that.
Because I'm obviously not the
What do you mean?
most
I have it on my phone. I hear
financially
it.
literate person on the planet. I was just a child, basically. Like when you become famous, you stop growing at that point. I became famous at age 24, and I had. It's always like you go from one handler to the next handler to the next handler. So now I'm having.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to watch this later.
Learn how to run.
I want to get to where they.
I get to learn how to, you know.
Are you afraid of the press?
He's gone. I'll say it right now.
Though, isn't it? I mean,
using the I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them, though, isn't it? I mean, because
No.
because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Are you afraid of the press?
He's gone. I'll say it right now.
Kanye's not gonna put up with no mess.
You guys want to bring that stuff up? And then think
the
we're not going
discussion.
to have a
Like,
conversation?
have the discussion.
Like you think Ye's going to come in here and say, here's my pain, here's my suffering. I'm going to say, I hear you. And then he's going to say, and it was Jewish people. And I'm going to be like, okay, but don't you consider, it's like, I'm not going to do this. I refuse.
Make sure he's cool.
All right, go for it. Luke and I will have a conversation. So I can't say I'm surprised.
Now
what do I even do?
Milo's got to do what
other
Ye
than
does.
ask him, please elaborate on this. Are you referring to individuals, or are you quite literally blaming an entire group of people
There goes Milo.
for the fact
What was
that powerful
his pants?
individuals are causing you harm?
I
Yeah,
really
purple
wanted to ask
pants
Nick
on?
about
He
his
said he
thoughts
ain't gay
about
no more?
MLK, because I know they contradict his comments about that. But again, these are mass
Nick still there?
generalizations that don't really help anyone in my perspective. They just kind of sound like
Yo, you need
their
some new
opposition.
headphones,
They sound
bro.
what they're
Thing's
kind of going
dirty.
against the woke mob that's always saying white men are responsible for everything. When I see people
My
just
money
use
don't jingle,
generalizations,
jingle.
it kind of
It
cheapens
fold.
the conversations. It cheapens a dialogue that we could have here that I was planning to talk to Ye about, specifically bringing up like, hey, let's actually talk about this in a real concise way. Let's not get emotional. Let's not walk out of here. Let's actually
let me
control
tell all
ourselves.
you guys outright. I said this is going to be a big issue. Before the show, obviously people are going to bring up the questions of anti-Semitism. Why don't we talk about the news? I want to hear what happened with this meeting. I want to understand what Ye 24 is.
Tim's about to
and then
cry.
we can do a longer conversation about any of that stuff. And Ye,
Yo,
literally in the
Tim is
first
for
5
real
minutes
about
says,
to
"No,
cry."
I want to talk about a group of people and point to them. Whatever, man. You want to know why? Look, you're not going to sit here and you're going to walk out of the room. You're free to do so, man. But literally, I said a couple sentences about I don't think that's fair. Did I insult the man? He seriously can't.
When I see stuff like this, though, I feel like maybe they told him in the beginning, yo, we got an hour and a half. We're not here for 3 hours. We got an hour and a half to do. Let's do a walk-off. And I think some of these, especially, I don't know. I mean, on Tim's show, on other shows, when you see these walk-offs, I think a lot of times, this is just one of my conspiracies, I think they're faked for publicity. Like, because they know just Ye, Milo, and Fuentes being on the show for 3 hours, the show's getting taken down. As soon as the show's over, the show's getting taken down. They all know this, right? So what they do is they say, let's make Tim look like the good guy. Let's boost up Tim's channel. And at the same time, this tells YouTube, hey, so this guy's not, he's not like a friend to these guys. They walked off his show. We're going to let this stay up. And now this is going to probably be one of Tim Pool's most viral things. We're going to be hearing about this for the next couple days. Milo, Ye, and Fuentes walk off of Tim Pool. And this is going to boost Tim Pool. This is going to boost publicity about all of them. This is how you stay in the limelight. That's it. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I know this, but yeah, it seems like kind of put on. I don't know. What do you guys think? I like Kanye. Come on, Kanye, come back. What's up, Stephen Will? It'd be late. Like wearing White Lives Matter shirt. I didn't realize it was Kanye. What the? Yeah, Kanye all of them walked out. Well, I guess Nick was still there, but if I scroll through here, Nick is not. Yeah, so he walked out with Milo and Ye. Wait. There's. I don't know who the heck that guy is. That guy looks like a dang. I don't know who that guy. What? That's just their friends. That's just their homies. They bring in some friends. You just got backup friends on deck for when Ye walks out. Who are these people? Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's move on. All right, the lines are open. Freddie, if you want to call now. I have to watch the Discord. Or if you guys jump in the Just Chatting channel, then I'll jump in there. But I don't know. We tried acupuncture. Oh man, my eyes are starting to already get watery. Have you tried a Chiro LSP? Oh, I must have missed something from. I have chronic neck pain. Oh, that sucks. All right, I need to get. Where's the OBS? Right here. Let's get rid of this. And let's move on. I'll start up the meme review. We'll do meme review and rapid fire news. Knock them out real quick. While we try to keep our eyes on Discord. Let's see if I call Freddie. What happens? See if he answers. All right, he can call back if he wants. So get insider, rapid fire news. Oh yeah, we'll do rapid fire news after we do these memes. Let's check out these memes. Little meme review. I just gotta watch. I gotta be able to watch Discord in case I miss a call. All right. Meme review time. Let's go. Where should I put the camera? Put it right there. This is an old meme. It's an oldie but a goodie. When you realize the statue of Mona Lisa looks like Keith Urban. Wait a second. That's not the statue of Mona Lisa. Wait a second. That's not Keith Urban. I wonder how many people see that and are like, yeah, it does. I bet a lot. Further burden. Turkey, turkey. You can steal a pumpkin. Let's go. My mom looks beautiful when, this is a little girl putting in her school coloring book. My mom looks beautiful when she go out to the club. That's awesome. That's so good. And look, it's a black girl emoji. Why it gotta be a black girl emoji? Dang, mama. My mom looks beautiful when she go out to the club. She almost spelled everything right too. That's good handwriting, you know? Just missed the U and out. That's a tough one. Tough word. Mom looks beautiful when she go out to the club. When the work snitch overhears you talking, I must tell master. Master will be pleased. That's Schmeagle. Also known as Gollum. The best part about right-wing girls, no penis. And she's fine. Holy crap. Yo, I'll go fight Russia. You give me one of them. Give me model number, whatever that number is. Me showing God my memes and explaining how I was trying to save America. That's not God. That's Gandalf. That's Gandalf. What the? Hey, make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe, tell a friend, all the good stuff. We are funded by viewers like you. Hit up the super chats. Hit up the Cashapp. Spike, you got nothing to lose but some money. If you find good acupuncture, give it a try. I saw and shared that one. Nice, RB. Good job. Right on to JS Urban Adventures. This won't be taken down. We got it. Nice. Have you tried with Jiggle and Wiggle? What the? Savannah Hernandez? I love Sav. That's my, she doesn't know it yet, but that's my wife. That is the best thing about right-wing girls. No penis. Someone loves you. Drive with care. I'm single. Nobody loves me. Let's go. I feel like that sometimes. I just want to. Sometimes you just want to put your foot down and just. I don't know. Is it crazy? Is it crazy that if I'm on like a long distance drive through a mountain canyon, I like get. Is it Satan in my head when I like get ideas like what if I just floored it and just launched off of this cliff? Does anybody else think that? Is that weird that I think that? I'm not suicidal, I promise, but I swear if I'm on a long drive through mountain canyons, I'm like, man, it'd be crazy if I just floored it and just launched. How far would I go? How far? It'd be some Dukes of Hazzard stuff, you know? Qatar, the first host in the history of the World Cup to lose the opening match. Guys, this is not a meme. This is actually just a picture from the World Cup, and it says Qatar, the first host of the World History Cup to lose the opening match. But what I found funny about this would be like a giant torch statue thing. I guess it's probably like the trophy of the World Cup, inflatable, but it's kind of deflating. Somebody needs to get this thing some Viagra because that looks rough. That is a gold member. That is a gold member. And it is limp. It is a limp phallus object. They need to do something about that. I drew Chris Brown. How did I do? Awesome. Guys, I can draw that good. That's remember I told you that I draw well? Well, that looks excellent to me. I think that's a great drawing. Have you tried Kratom? There's Trump. Yo, there's all the angry libs trying to tackle Elon because he just brought back Trump. But Trump's not going to use. Oh, there he is. He's got True Social. Dude, I didn't even catch that. This is a good meme. And we got Trump chilling here, and he's on True Social. We got Elon bringing back Trump, and all the libs attacking him, and he's like, I'm not worried about that right now. I'm listening to some music and posting on True Social. When you were the best hide-and-seek player as a kid, and it finally pays off. Yo, that's the one time. That's the one time. Out here in Salt Lake City, they call it 6-up, and I think that's a stupid slang term for cops. Like, I've heard of 12. I've heard of the one time. But out here they say 6-up. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? They have weird slang out here in Salt Lake City, by the way. There's other examples I can give you. But looks like his head got run over by a dump truck. Looks like he got in a fight with Rihanna. Looks like she's in a mousetrap. Kratom, never heard. We'll take notes. Kratom is it's a very weak opiate. But it is an opiate. A lot of Kratom salesmen will try to not tell you that, but it's just a very, very mild opiate. A lot of people take it. It's legal. I've never taken it, so I don't really know, but I can't say if it's good or bad. I just don't want to use it because I used to be a heroin addict. So opiates are not my friends. 1985, 2022. Kids playing in the dirt. Kids pointing at you. Wearing a mask. Picking the grass. 5-0. Oh, yeah, 5-0. I've heard that too. I've heard that one too. I was trying to think of the other number one that I've heard of. I've heard of 5-0. I've heard of one time. I've heard of the whoop whoop. The boys, the 12. But they say 6-up in Salt Lake City. I'm like, you guys know that you're the only place in the world that calls cops that. What is that? What is that? You know? Newly unemployed Twitter mods looking at my latest tweets. Angry. They got the fire in the eyes. 85 is greater than 2022. Facts. Facts, Lord Colby. It's good for pain and depression and all sorts of things. How people use it. Never have. Like, don't be hidden. They sure are, buddy. I love whores. They are nice. Another spelling mistake on the test. We get a lot of these. We're getting a lot of these memes lately. Is it a failure in our education system? I think it is. I think it is. The kids love whores and mom is going out to the club. Meanwhile, at the IRS training center. No way that's real. If that's real, that's amazing. She spit on 99. Is that the girl that spit on 99? On primetime 99? Aw. I thought that was I thought that was a different girl. Anyway, me, I bought a motorcycle. Wife, don't you mean a motorcycle? Me, did I stutter? Woman, did I stutter? I said a motorcycle. Nice. Yo, and with the Second Amendment, we can buy these. If you can afford it, you can buy it. You can build it. You can create it. Then your posts are offensive, and I would never share that. Me, that's why no one will remember your name. Great movie, Troy. Great movie. The breasts. Yeah, that's my favorite part too. Oh, the turkey? No, I don't like turkey. Awesome. Damn, that makes me feel like my Thanksgiving could be so much more that it wasn't. It would just be a much better Thanksgiving right there. When you tell everyone you're leaving Twitter because Elon Musk and it gets the most likes you've ever had. No, in the arms of an angel. My voice just cracked. 12 is code for drug enforcement. 50 is slang for Hawaii 50, which they referred to their police officers because they were 50th state in the union. Yep. Now what? Now Butch, explain to me. Now one time I think. What is one time? One time, like it's just a call out. You say one time. But what does 6 up? Can you make any sense of that? Don't worry if you can't, because neither can the people who say it out here. I've asked them. They have no idea. When you tell, okay. If anybody in chat has ever said 6 up before, I'm sorry for making fun of your slang, but if somehow you picked up Salt Lake City, Utah slang somewhere else. I'm into some weird shit. Hold my hammer. Democrats. That's what happens when you worship Satan. Name something people chant at sporting events. We got the DiCaprio face saying, we got him laughing here. You know why he's laughing. Because the number one answer is, let me know in chat. If you know what the number one answer is. I know what the number 1 and number 2 answers are. Let's see if you guys know in chat. Have no clue. Me neither. Nobody knows what it means, Butch. The evaporated milk meme was on my top 10 so far. Evaporated milk meme. Hamlet time. It rhymes with Furtger Burden. When CBS, yes, there you go. Let's go, Brandon. There's number 1 and number 2. Stubborn one got no. I don't know which one would be more. Maybe Let's Go, Brandon, because it's more family friendly. But yes, those two. Fuck Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon. When CBS News admits the Hunter Biden laptop story is real, 769 days after the story broke. Facts. That's me as a child getting banned on Facebook because I talked about the Hunter Biden story. Looks like your mom bought herself a van. The BJ Champion. I forgot this one was in here. Yo, mama got a brand new van. A BJ Champion. Let's go. And that's it for the memes. I don't have a lot of memes this week. Some good memes, though. That's it for the memes. Nobody's called on Discord yet. They're not in the just chatting room. All right. Let's continue on. I think I got some funny reels. Here it is. A pill. Jiggle wiggle. Ask your doctor. What the? Opiates are what? Opiates are what? No worries. My sister is a nurse practitioner. I can run it by her. I've never heard of anybody getting addicted to kratom. It is an opiate. It's a very, very, very weak opiate. So if you have issues with that, I would probably stay away from it. But if you don't, then I've heard a lot of good things about it. You might want to try it. I think it's legal. You can just buy it. There's kratom salesmen all over Facebook. It's a big sales thing. I think I got a subscriber here at the channel that I can put you in touch with. His name is Faruzi. And I don't think he lives in America, but he ships kratom here. I know a guy, is what I'm saying. If you're interested, I can put you in contact. Heard of rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's the tie-in, though. We got dear unvaselined people. Dear unvaselined people. All right. Kryptonite is greater than kratom? I don't know. I've never taken kryptonite. Night fam. See y'all tomorrow. I'm going to bed early, Robbie. Well, no, I guess it's 10 o'clock over there. All right. What else do I got? Where is what am I looking for? I'm looking for this. No. Let's do rapid fire news. All right. I got a few funny reels. Rapid fire news this week. Let's start it off. Let's go. First we got a bunch of plane stories. A group of plane stories. These are all different. And some just funny videos, some reels. Let us watch this one. Let's watch some people go crazy on planes. I don't know if these are recent, but this one's funny.
Buckle up your seatbelts for this airplane freakout. As this woman flips into a rage on this American Airlines flight.
Yo, that's some Flocka. That's either Spice or Flocka, or she's demon possessed, which is the same thing. Oh. Sometimes when you're doing like a really heavy speedball, which is like meth and fentanyl, like what George Floyd was on, if you shoot it, you'll act like that. You'll just lose your mind. You just instantly go crazy. I've seen it happen. But that looks more like some Flocka, some bath salts, or maybe some spice, certain types of spice, which is JHO13, JHO3. Maybe some PCP. But the people on the flight get together. Or I saw a lot of people in the comment section of this thing saying that that is a mental breakdown, like psychosis or things like that. I think all these things are just demon possession. Waka flocka flame. Verified fit. She want to be higher than the plane. Yeah. So there's a crazy plane story. What's our next? Is this another crazy plane story? Let's watch another crazy plane story. This guy's drunk and just lights up a cigarette. Yo, legend. She just got her 27th
Take a
booster.
look at this unbelievable show
Mile
of
High
audacity
Club.
as
Yep.
this man lights up a cigarette on a plane mid-flight.
Passengers are in complete shock when they learn that a drunk traveler is smoking on their plane. But I mean, they can't throw you off the plane, right?
Shocked passengers
Actually,
alert the cabin
maybe
crew
they
to
can.
the
We're about
allegedly
to
drunken man's
show that
ridiculously
maybe this guy got
behavior.
thrown off the plane. They're in the air. He just lighting up. I respect it. And he's half asleep. This is just a I don't think this is malicious, guys. Or he's really smart and he's trying to play it off like it's not malicious so he can get away with it. Because when they tell him, he's going to be like, oh shit, my bad. But I really don't think this is malicious. I think he's drunk and he's comfortable. He's just comfortable, and this is what he does at home. Just houses burned down for this. Imagine if the plane caught on fire. This is dangerous.
Airport police took the man off the plane as soon as they landed.
Well, duh, thank you.
Our videos on Facebook for more clips.
Airport police took him off the plane as soon as they landed. I mean, that's what you do when you land. You get off the plane. I think he would have done that on his own. What do you think he went to jail? What do you get for that? We got any lawyers in the house? What's happening to that man? Is that man in a gulag? He might already be in the gulag. Maybe they just shot him on sight. I don't know. But he's probably not going to be flying anytime soon. But so the airport police did help him off the plane. We have another plane related story. Let's go to this one first because it's funny and it kind of maybe they threw him out of the plane. They didn't throw him out of the plane. We just heard that. But if they did throw him out of the plane, it would look something like this. Fox 13 News. Plane door falls off, lands in Nevada parking lot. The Federal Aviation Administration wants to know how a door fell off an aircraft and landed in a Nevada parking lot. Christopher Wolverton of Henderson was the one who saw the door flying towards the ground on November 28th and snapped photos once it landed. The 40-year-old said he heard the plane going by but didn't actually see the aircraft. Dun, 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 dun. Do I have my... Oh, I would have to look for it. I don't feel like looking for it. But I have my Twilight and my X-Files music, my clips. Dun, 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 dun. Live cat found inside checked bag at JFK Airport. Related story. Yo, I was looking for cool plane stories. We're not gonna read this article, but a live cat. Breaking news: a live cat was found inside a checked bag at JFK Airport. That's awesome. Did they find the plane? The piece was a baggage compartment door belonging to a single-engine Textron T-24. Authorities said the plane had departed from Henderson Executive Airport that morning. Only the pilot was on board. No injuries or damage was reported on the ground. Whew. Good. So the guy, because I would think if you see a plane door, just break off in the sky and fall to the ground, I'd assume the plane's coming down somewhere shortly after. But that would be a negative. That would be a wrong assumption. So, see, we have to learn things. We have to look into things and learn things. Apparently, the door can fly off your plane, and you'd be all right, unless you get hit by the door on the ground. And there's the door. Nice. And then we got one more plane story. Planes were just in the news. I didn't plan this. Planes were just in the news. Oh, I think I X'd out of it. What is this? I think I X'd out of it. Oh, no. More than 4,000 flights were delayed as holiday travel spikes in the U.S. Thousands of flights were delayed because doors are just flying off planes and people are demon-possessed and smoking on the aircraft and nobody's wearing their mask anymore. It's total chaos. Thousands of flights were just and pilots and air flight attendants, whatever, the stewardess, we call them stewardesses, were thrown off planes because they didn't get the Vaseline. So the airports are just in a mess. More than 4,000. Oh, 420. Let's go. More than 420 flights. 4,200 flights were delayed and another 109 canceled as of Sunday afternoon, according to Flight Aware. The numbers continuing to climb. So be careful on the planes, guys. Let's watch a reel that reminded me of my door-to-door sales days. So this guy is a cleaner salesman. I'm not going to be able to start it over. Yeah, well, I'll just refresh. This guy's a cleaner salesman. We actually...
Lady come out, snap, like crackle and pop, and this one Rice Krispie.
Snap like crackle and pop.
Get the hell off my property, I'm going to call the fucking police. I said, well, sorry, ma'am, Jesus didn't sell everybody. We're going to see you around like a donut. Right. And the lady, she looked at me, and, you could tell, she had a smirk on her face, but she had a teardrop in her eye. So I could tell, like, she in pain or something. Right. There's something going on. She's like, what are you selling? I said, I'm just selling good looks, charm, personality. Your neighbor thought I was a bill collector. I'm moving up.
Hey, that's what we used to say. He said good looks, charm, and personality. I used to say charm, wit, and personality.
She's like, I'm really sorry for...
What are you selling? I'm selling charm, wit, and personality.
She said, what are you selling? And then I swear to God, I just start cleaning. Wait, I got this spot on
no solicitors.
Clean mold off the carpet.
Solicitors come to solve your case and sit on your face. I'm not here to do either.
House, bro. It's like, no, we going in with you, feel me? So we walk in her house, bro. She got a gun on the table, right? I said, oh, don't shoot. I'm just a chocolate kid. I'm the good guy, not the bad guy like Chuck.
That happened to me lots of times.
No. Let me tell you.
I had people open the door, standing behind the door, and then as soon as they swung the door open the rest of the way, they got a shotgun in their hands.
She said, you just made my day. So like, God sent you. Right. And she's like, but if you clean the spot, I'm going to buy it. Bro, I end up cleaning that spot. She bought like 2 bottles. Yeah. And we still friends to this day, bro. So I'm looking at, like, you never know what someone going to. Right. But that's why they say it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. And that's what I had to show my team. What if this was one of y'all and y'all would have talked to her crazy? Right. The first door knock on.
Facts. And that's why you never be a douche to somebody at the door. I didn't like people who would douche when the person wouldn't buy. We called that a douche. They would douche the sale. Or if somebody came up and like ruined it, we'd say, oh, they douched the sale. But I knew agents who were douches, and as soon as the person, was given the vibes that they weren't buying, and as soon as they open the door, if you're selling them or not. And as soon as someone give the vibe that they're not buying, I knew agents who would, just be the douche. They would just douche the sale themselves. They'd be like, all right, fuck you, or sorry, but they'd say something, screwed up like that. Now, there were fun ones, like, if somebody at the door was rude as I was walking away, I'd be like, take it deep. And, in their head, they hear take it easy. It sounds like I'm saying take it easy. I'm actually saying take it deep. Take it deep. That's what I'm saying. Don't be sorry. jsurbanadventures beta. No, I'm kidding. Roll on BioFreeze, the BioFreeze gel. But that guy was a cleaner salesman. I was a magazine salesman. They're very similar. A lot of the clearinghouse sales crew, door-to-door sales crew companies will also own cleaner companies. But the thing with the cleaner company is they're all black. They're all black. Because black kids, we had some black agents, but for the most part, black magazine agents didn't do as well because it's hard. It's harder. It was more of a mind screw. Like when we were selling magazines, I had nothing to give you except a receipt. I was just taking down information, your address, what magazines you wanted, showing you prices, getting you to sign a receipt. And then I leave you with a copy of the receipt. A lot of those people never got magazines. That's not my fault. That's the company that I worked for was a scam group. And I worked for a lot of different magazine companies. Some of them were legit. People got the magazines. Some of them weren't. Then there are ways that the person at your door could be scamming you. Theft by deception. They could be telling you things that aren't true. Like I go to the college down the street and I'm doing this for my soccer team. That's called theft by deception. But the cleaning crews. So when you're doing all this stuff, a lot of and we dressed in normal clothes. We tried to look nice and presentable and stuff, but we dressed in normal clothes. We didn't have any credentials except for a card that said this is what I'm doing that I would hand you, and it would have a gold stamp on it, but it was not certified or legit in any way. We did not apply for what's it called, for the things to go door to door when we went to every city. We just cleaned house and left. So it was a lot shadier. So black kids on the crew ended up usually leaving very quickly because it was too fishy as it is. And people, especially in a lot of these rich neighborhoods, power neighborhoods and stuff, would call the cops on them a lot. I got cops called on me all the time, but I knew how to deal with the cops. But if they got cops called on them, they didn't last long in the crews. But the cleaning crews, on the other hand, they would get permits. They would apply for permits. They would get permits. So they have permits. They have a physical item, the cleaner, that they are selling. So it's more legit. And they would dress really nice. They dress in like ties, not suits, but a collared shirt, a tie. They have a clipboard in their hand. They have a badge on their shirt, and they have a bottle of cleaner. Everybody knows what they're doing. It's less risky. And so the cleaning crews were always all black. And maybe there'd be one or two white guys on a cleaning crew. Maybe there'd be one or two black guys on a mag crew. And a lot of them were owned by the same owners. So like the owners would, if you weren't doing well on mag crew and you're black, he'd be like, yo, I'm going to put you on the cleaning crew with all the other. And this sounds like racism or segregation, but once they went to the cleaning crew, they made more money and they liked it. And they're like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Business card scene, American Psycho, the business card scene where he's talking about the different textures. Perhaps I'm interested, JS Urban Adventures, but I usually do smoke shop mode. But I do have some vendors. I get online sometimes, but I do it every day. I can hit that guy up. He's always, he's on my Facebook, and he's a old subscriber to the channel from like 3 years ago. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he was always trying to sell me Kratom. Audio just dropped. We back? We good? Are we streaming? He would always hit me up about Kratom because I was getting off of heroin, and I could find him in my contacts. Steve-O did that. It's already been done. Sorry, dude, on the plane. All right. China COVID protests continue in major cities across the countries. I got a clip. Let's play this clip. China is having... This is in China. This is Zhao Jinping's zero COVID policy. People are getting sick of it, and they're standing up. I respect it. Yeah, they've had people locked in their apartments, welded into their apartments. Cats in bags. They're just killing cats. A black cleaning crew? What the? It's the, have you ever, any of you guys, yeah, the clipboard does go far, LJ. But our thing was we didn't want to seem like salespeople. Like the mag crew, they're going to, so you guys, if you have houses in nice neighborhoods, you've probably talked to these people before. If you ever have a black kid come to your door wearing a suit with a clipboard and he has a cleaner bottle and he's going to come at you fast and hard. And he's going to be, hey, baby, what's he doing today? And then he's going to start cleaning stuff. He's going to start spraying your shoes. You can find them on YouTube. There's a lot of these guys who have actually gotten very popular on YouTube because they record it. I recorded some of my videos. Ooh, I'll have to play that video for you. I got an old video on YouTube. I got one old YouTube channel. If anybody could ever find it, that would be funny. I know what it is, but I'm not going to show it to you guys. You're going to have to find it on your own. But but I got videos from Mag Crew on there. I got rap songs. My music video is on there. Oh yeah. I got a music video on YouTube. It's hard to believe this, unreal. But yeah, they'll start spraying your shoes and cleaning it and stuff. Any of you guys ever talked to these guys or the magazine kids? They're gonna say they're in a contest. They get a trip. They get a cash prize. And sometimes they'll tell you that it's for their college. Sometimes they'll tell you it's for their soccer. Sometimes they'll tell you that it's for the BBC and they're trying to get an interview with John Cleese. That's an old spiel. The old BBC spiel. I wish I had some Mag Crew people in chat who knew what I was talking about because I'm talking about some gangster stuff right now. Y'all don't even know the BBC spiel. Let me drop it on. No, I'm not going to do it. But if they come selling magazines, I would not recommend buying them. And when they tell you that you don't have to get them for yourself, you can donate them to the troops overseas or the kids at the Ronald McDonald's house. That's a lie. Don't believe it. If you want to just give them money, they're probably struggling to have enough money to eat and live and smoke their weed and drink their liquor and whatever other drugs they do, which I guarantee you they're high on something. I'll bet you anybody knocks on your door selling magazines, I would bet 99 to 1 they're high on something. None of them are sober. And never buy magazines. What the? I let him in and we had a chat. Yeah, they're good to talk to now. Just let them know you know what's up because your boy Josh was on Mag Crew. And then the cleaner ones, they're legit. If you want to buy that cleaner, buy it. It's not like, but it's nothing like really special. But But what you're buying is the charm, wit, and personality and the charisma of the salesman. The salesman entertains you. You cop $20 for a bottle of soap. So I respect it. The magazines, on the other hand, you're basically just giving them money because you like them, and you're probably never going to get a magazine. And they're probably going to buy drugs with it. So just so you know, I don't buy anything from door to door. I could sell you in a heartbeat real nice. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I could. All right, back to the China video. Sorry, guys. Oh, I got a notification from Discord. 1980. I bet there will be flying cars in the future. 2017. Britain's first transgender Muslim. What? Is what you meant to say? They got it. They broke it down. We're losing all our Chinese viewers right now. Hoi! Send in the transgender military. That person looks white, though. Look at, they're going crazy. There's so many of them. And these cops are punks. So, what do I have to say about this? The re-education camp's going up. Well, here's the thing, guys. So, we've talked about this on the show before. Multiple instances of examples of China trying to recreate the man in China. The Chinese man has always been identified as like small, kind of feminine, petite, soft-skinned, like they look a lot like the women. Well, China is trying to change that. And at the same time that they're trying to masculinize their culture, and I'll give you the examples here in a second, they're trying to feminize American culture. They're doing this with TikTok. So we talked about before how the American TikTok is filled with a bunch of debauchery and satanic, nasty, genderqueer, all this weird ideologies. And this is meant to subvertly destroy America without firing a single shot. They get all the children addicted to TikTok, and it rots their brains out, and then they're all transgender, androgynous blobs running around doing nothing. Overweight, all this stuff. So on a bunch of medications, SSRIs and antidepressants and anti-anxiety and anti-ADD and blah, blah, all this stuff is designed to destroy the men in America, because to take over a culture, you have to destroy the men. Now, if you want to fortify a culture, as China is trying to do to solidify its place as a world power, they're trying to masculinize their culture. So what are some examples of this? Well, they reduced amount of time allowed for boys to be on online video games. So after a certain time of the day, and only for a certain number of hours, are kids allowed to play video games online in China. Google's not allowed in China, even though, Google funded the Sharp Eyes program, which is China's social credit score program. Google had a hand in funding that with the American CIA, which is odd. Not really odd if you know the whole plan, but the surveillance state plan. But anyway, they're trying. What else did they do? They banned. How did they call it? What was the word they used? Sissy. Was it sissy? It was a word that is like offensive in America nowadays. I don't know if it was sissy, but it was something like sissy. They banned sissy men from any public media. So no, in movies and video games, on TV in China, no sissy men are allowed. It has to be. You have to be a strong man. You have to, show masculine traits. I do quote unquote like I'm a damn liberal. Masculine traits, manly things. So on China television and Chinese movies, they won't show you a gay man. They won't show you a feminine man. Whereas on Chinese TikTok in America, that's all you see. This is intentional. This is to feminize America and to make the Chinese culture more masculine. Well, there's another example that was on the tip of my tongue, and I just started rambling, so I forgot the last example. But yeah, they don't let feminine men on TV. They don't let kids be on video games too long. Their TikTok is different. So they're very like engineering focused and rigorous study and all this stuff. They want to make their men stronger. They focus on physical fitness. Xiao Jinping, when we talked about the conference thing he did, the Communist Party meeting that he does every 2 years, we talked about this, how in his speech he was talking about physical fitness is very important. They force people to do physical fitness because they want their men to be strong while they feminize the America, and our military gets weaker so that they can conquer. The problem is when you strengthen the men in your community, that doesn't work in a communist dictatorship because they're not going to put up with your shit. They're going to figure out, oh, you're making us logical. You're making us strong. You're making us stand up against tyranny, but you're a tyrant. You're a tyrant. And this is the whole, strong men make good times make weak men make bad times men make hard times make strong men, the cycle. I think I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. This is what is happening. So in America, we're getting weaker, times are getting badder. In China, they're getting stronger. They're going to start making times better. They're going to start standing up, or they're just all going to get killed. Depending on how crazy Xiao Jinping is. It's probably pretty crazy. They might all just get wiped out. But we're seeing them stand up to the tyranny in China because culturally they are being made into a stronger culture. Whereas in America, we see people backing down from conflict. Or we see like Antifa defending Drag Queen Story Hour. Like we see people standing up, but they're not standing up for anything righteous. They're not standing up for anything worth standing up for. When they do, our emasculating culture just puts them in prison and they end up killing themselves, like we saw on January 6th. Like we saw with, Kenosha with Kyle Rittenhouse. Yes, he did. He was found not guilty. He's going to be rich now, but that's an outlier. Like around that time, everything you thought was going to go one way did not go that way. And I thought, I thought Kyle Rittenhouse was going to be buried under the jail. Well, sure enough, he got out. So they had, they gotta throw a bone every now and then to make it look like they're not 100% corrupt. And I think that's what Kyle Rittenhouse was, because I think they wanted to bury him under the jail for standing up. Because we're discouraging that. Unless you're standing up for evil,
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
We already watched this clip. Let's move on. How many Antifa can take a hit? My dad was in the army back in the 60s. And hold on, guys. I got to get off of this real quick. So, yeah, China's protesting the zero COVID policies. Here's an interesting article from Clown World on Twitter. Jesus could have been transgender, claims Cambridge dean. The dean of Trinity College, of course, when you throw in one retcon, 300 years after Jesus, you throw in one retcon to the Bible. If you believe that, you believe any of them. And that's what we see. The Trinity College said such a view was legitimate after a row over a sermon by a student that claimed Christ had a trans body. Now, what this comes from, which is not explained in the tweet. This is why I don't go to Twitter for news. We'll pull up a tweet in a rapid fire news thing. But can I click on this and go to the article? See, it doesn't take me to the article. Like I don't like getting news from a limited number of characters and a picture. I want to see multiple articles. But what this comes from is the idea that, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Here you go. Jesus could have been transgender, claims Cambridge dean. The dean of Trinity College said such a view was legitimate after a row over a sermon by a student that claimed Christ had a trans body. So what this argument comes from is the idea that if we have immaculate conception, if Mary never slept with Joseph, then Jesus could not have male chromosomes. So there's also an argument that Jesus was actually transgender because he was a woman technically because of his chromosomes. He only would have had chromosomes from his mom. And I'm just telling you guys the arguments. I think this is all retarded. Just so you know, that's why I don't get into all the genealogy stuff. I think it's dumb. I think a lot of it's made up. They say, I don't know. I haven't looked enough into it. I know DNA is real, but these chromosomes, if we have immaculate conception, they argue that Jesus would have had I don't know, 2 X chromosomes instead of an X and Y. I don't know how it goes, but that's the argument. Loosely. JC never laid pipe. I mean, if you believe the Da Vinci Code, you might believe that. I don't think he did. An argument can be made that his girlfriend or his wife was Mary Magdalene. And then an argument can be made that he had a child with her, and that is the fountain of youth, the Ark of the Covenant, the modern day Ark of the Covenant is the downline. That's the Da Vinci Code from Thomas Brown, but it's a fictional story, but it's based on a lot of real things that Da Vinci put in his paintings. But this argument, yeah, it's dumb, and it's Trinity College, so what do you expect? Anyway, must to start creating smartphones. That's too late. That's like 2 bad words. Trinity College. It's like that's too like, oh, I could have guessed. And they got jungle rot from always having wet feet, and socks had to wring them out and hang dry them. Facts. What do you think of Catholics? I'm just curious. I think there's a lot of great Catholic people, Stephen Will. I don't agree that the Pope, is worth anything. I think he's just another guy. I don't think he's like some new modern prophet or speaker for God or anything like that. I don't think we should be confessing our sins to men. I don't like how they like worship statues and stuff of Mary. I don't like how they pray to Mary as an intercessor for Christ. None of that is biblical, and all of that is anti-biblical. I don't like the Council of Nicaea, where they decided to institute the Trinity 300 years after Jesus died, just pulling it out of their butts because it's the opposite of what Jesus said. So not a big fan of the Catholics. I don't hate Catholics. I think Catholics are awesome. I think that, it's not up to me if Catholics are going to heaven or hell. I don't know. But I think Catholic people are all right. But I think that the Catholic religion is leading them astray in a lot of ways. Must to start creating smartphones if Apple and Google remove Twitter from app stores. So here we go. Can we get a, you were right, Josh? This is what I've been talking about for a long time. If the distributor does not allow you on their product, if you don't have distribution, you don't have a product. And this is why I told you guys when Musk got the first day he took over Twitter, and he had one of his comments removed, fact-checked and removed. And I said, it doesn't matter how free speech Elon tells you Twitter is, as long as Twitter is on the Google App Store and the Apple App Store, it is not free speech, because in order to be on there, they have to run through the same Silicon Valley fact checkers as all the other platforms. So all these platforms are basically, the information that's on them is getting banned, not by them necessarily, but by the fact checkers, by the Snopes, by the Reuters, by the factcheck.org, by the all these big Silicon Valley, and most of these fact checkers, like 90% of them are Democrats. And it's done in colleges too. They do it in colleges in California. These are Democrat college students who are fact checking your posts, and nobody's fact checking them. And these people control the distributors, which is the app stores. And if your platform does not follow the rules of the fact checkers, you can't distribute your thing on the app stores. I've been talking about this for a while. Must to start creating smartphones if Apple and Google remove Twitter from the app stores. Sure enough. Now that's a genius move. Now that's I like that. That's Musk acknowledging that it doesn't matter how free speech he calls his platform, as long as the distributor is not free speech, then you're not free speech. Same thing with True Social. I'd like Trump to acknowledge this. I'd like Trump and Elon to get together in talks. I'd like Elon to work with Trump and get True Social, get Gab, get Andrew. Man, is it Andrew Torba or Alex Torba? I'm drawing it's Andrew Torba. Get Andrew Torba from Gab involved, and Elon and Trump and Kanye. You know, now you got Parler, you got True Social, you got Twitter, you got Gab. You can get the guys. I don't know who owns Rumble, but you can get whoever owns Rumble involved. Getter's kind of whack. Getter's whack. Don't get Getter involved, but get those guys all involved. Start make your own smartphones, make your own app store, make your own payment processors, make your own. Like, you can do this. This is better than building rockets, Elon. We don't need freaking rockets, bro. We need you to make an alternate economy. And these are things I would like to see. If he does these things, then it gains trust. It gains some respect and some trust. And, you know, some of my doubts about him being the Antichrist might be alleviated if he did some of these things. Watch John MacArthur's 8-part series, The Heresy of the Catholic Church. It's amazing. FactBot, I'm XY all day. Elon's going to want to buy Google now. Elon doesn't have Google money. Elon doesn't have Google money. No. Alphabet Group is way bigger. Well, he's the richest man on earth, but Alphabet Group, who owns Google, there's more than one person, and I don't think he has that kind of money. Maybe he does. I don't think he does, though. My money folds. My money folds. Quit talking about y'all's money unless you're going to send a super chat or a Cash App. By the way, let me just plug the Cash App. Your boy's struggling out here, you know? Let's do a little plug real quick. Hit up that Cash App. Your boy's struggling out here, you know? It's hard out here for a pimp. Elon hit the firmament. God. Are you Christian, Flat Sabbath? Just curious. Because if you're Christian, you know in the Bible it says that the firmament was a layer of water around the earth, but that it broke, and that's what the flood was. It fell. It came down. So it's not up there anymore. Firmament's gone. Well, now the firmament would be the ozone layer. All the social media is only going to feminize men even more. Facts. Think about all the extra drama that people are going to run around and cluck about. 'Tis the season. Elon Musk is going to start his own phone company if Apple and Google drop Twitter from their app stores. Thanks, Butch. That's what we're that's what the article says. That's what we've been talking about. Alyssa Milano brutally mocked for swapping Tesla for Volkswagen Nazi car to fight white supremacy. Apparently, Steven Crowder said that it was the Hodge twins. I don't know if they're the first ones who said this, but she said she's switching her Tesla for a Volkswagen. And I believe it was I don't know if the Hodge twins were the first ones who said it. Okay, I'm not sure how I advertise. I gave back my Tesla. I bought the Volkswagen EV. I love it. I'm not sure if the company probably being pushed alignment with hate and white supremacy doesn't seem to be a winning business model. Yo, Alyssa Milano is fine. Why are all the demons so hot? Earlier this month, Volkswagen, Europe's largest car manufacturer, founded by, I just want to see who said it back. Yeah, it was the Hodge twins. It was the Hodge twins. Nice. Volkswagen was literally founded by Nazis and Hitler. Yo, the Hodge twins are legendary. Yo, and then Elon Musk laughed and said 100. 100. That was good. Yo. That's awesome. It was rhetorical. Not Earth, but the oceans will. Not a Christian, but I like them more than atheists. Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. All right. Because a lot of Christians will say the firmament, that the spaceships hit the firmament, and then they'll mention the Bible. It talks about the water. The firmament was a layer of water, and that is in the Bible. And scientifically, this makes sense. Back then, people would have lived longer if we had the firmament around the earth. But then that's what happens when the flood happened. The firmament broke, and the water came down. So anyway. Hodge twins are awesome. They're hilarious. Not Earth, but the oceans will. It was rhetorical. Yeah, atheists are the worst. Atheists are the worst because it's like you don't believe in anything. What do you say during sex? That's a joke. I stole that joke. I forget who originally said it, but What do you say during sex? Oh my. Nothing? Oh my, nothing? Budweiser left with thousands of cans of beer after late World Cup 2022 ban and vow to give it away to the winning nation. Is America in the World Cup? I don't watch soccer. It's a little girl sport. Are you still in here, Chauffeur-Ax? That made him real mad. He was messaging me on Facebook saying, hey, you need to open your mind and broaden your horizons about soccer. And I was like, no, man, it's gay. It's a girl sport. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it. I don't care how much I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of soccer. That doesn't mean that I'm narrow-minded. And they banned the beer. So all this beer goes to the winning country. If America is in the World Cup, I don't even know. If they are, though, and they win, do we get discounted World Cup beer at the gas station? That would be sweet. You should just give this to people like me. What we now know about the beer, we'll do the beer. It can't sell at the World Cup. It's going to give it away to the country that wins it. We already saw that. Lots of beer. Two more articles real quick. What is this? How does a rocket work in space where there's no air to push against it? Oh, this is awesome. I picked this out specially for Flat Sabbath. So when flat earthers tell you there's no such thing as thrust in space, not only are they wrong, they're actually worse than wrong because thrust works better in space than it does in oxygen. The reason for that is because the way that thrust works is molecules are displaced. They get pushed this way, and then, no action can happen without an equal and opposite reaction. You know about Newton's laws. What is it? Laws of, man, I don't even know about them. It don't matter. I don't need to know about them because I know what I'm talking about right now. It's equal and opposite reaction. That thing. So when the thrust happens, when a chemical reaction happens and it goes and it pushes out these molecules, then the rocket goes the opposite direction to have a net zero. Let's just read the article because they'll explain it better than me. The Wright brothers probably never thought about flying in space where there was no air. They designed a propeller, blah, 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 blah. People have misconception regarding the principle in which a rocket operates. The force of friction propels ordinary objects such as cars and trains. The train pushes on the track and the car pushes on the road. Because of friction between the wheels and track or road, however, a rocket in space has nothing to push against it. Therefore, the force of propulsion must be something other than friction. The rocket works because of the law of conservation of linear momentum. The law of conservation of linear momentum is the most important in physics. It is very important in physics. Here, just so you can read it with me. Try to keep up. Momentum is defined as the mass of an object times its velocity. Simply stated, the conservation law says that in a closed system, one without outside influences, the total momentum of the system remains constant. Now, the momentum of various passive systems may change, but the total momentum must always be constant. Consider a machine gun mounted on a lightweight cart. If the gun is fired, the bullets go in one direction while the cart recoils in the other. Let's skip ahead. In a similar manner, a rocket moves in space because the gases are given momentum as they are expelled by the rocket engine. Consider the rocket resting in space. There is no momentum in the system. Next, the engine ignites. As the exhaust gases go in one direction, you're going to say, well, there's no oxygen. How does it ignite? Well, it ignites because this is a chemical reaction. This is not a natural fire. This is a chemical fire. So it doesn't even need fire. You're just moving the gases. It doesn't have to have fire. Yes, when you see in big flames behind a spaceship in a movie, that's probably not really what it looks like. It probably just looks like psst, psst, psst. If you ever watch a spacewalk or if you ever watch the space station, how it rotates and how the thrusters work, they're just shooting gas. They're not shooting a big ball of fire. They just go psst, and it's just a tiny bit. It's like an aerosol can spray. When you spray an aerosol can in space and there's no friction, that actually is a lot of thrust, and it moves something quite far. And actually, it will never stop moving because there's no friction. So just a tiny little bit of thrust, and you can have something go into Pluto because it'll just continue going unless something resists it. So they use these thrusters to make things spin and things like this. This is all for Flat Sabbath because he said there's no thrust in space, which is wrong. In a similar matter, blah, 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 blah. To keep this momentum change in gases gives the rocket the push to go forward. We call this push the thrust of the rocket, i.e. the force extended on the rocket. This thrust depends on the speed of the exhaust gases and the mass of gas being expelled each second, sometimes called the burn rate in pounds of in pounds of fuel per second. On Earth, air tends to inhibit the exhaust gases getting out of the engine. This reduces the thrust. However, in space, since there is no atmosphere, the exhaust gases can exit much easier and faster, thus increasing the thrust. It's actually easier to have thrust in space than it is on Earth because you don't have air. You don't have friction. You don't have gases in the air. You just, and it'll go forever. Just go forever. It'll just go forever. And I know that sounds hard to believe, but if you understand, just a little bit. I'm not no physicist. I'm not no scientist. I'm not no thermodynamicist. I don't even know if that's a word. But if you just understand basics, like elementary school understanding of physics and thermodynamics and, the laws of relativity and all, Isaac Newton and all these things that you learned in elementary school and middle school and high school, if you just, use the basics of that, you can understand why these concepts make sense. I saw the flames. Rocket is just a bullet, can break through the Earth atmosphere 100 miles up and break gravity. No such thing as thrust in a vacuum. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, Flash Sabbath. It's just not true. The exhaust gas can exit much easier and faster, thus increasing the thrust. Therefore, the rocket engine actually works better in space than here on Earth. Union University. So there you go. There's that. So we do have thrust. As far as that article is BS. Bird flu, latest. Breaking news. Another 1.8 million chickens to be killed on Nebraska farms. Listen, guys, I have never had bird flu. I don't know how serious it is, but you ain't just gonna kill 1.8 million chickens. Let me get some of that. Let me try a little bit of that for free, and let me build up an immunity to it so I can eat these chickens that they're just wasting. They're just wasting 1.8 million chickens. And could this be part of a larger, more nefarious plans like the cows that we saw dead? All those cows that died. Wasn't that also in Nebraska? I feel like that was also in Nebraska. Remember when all those cows died just randomly because they said the weather got bad one day and all that, like a million cows died? Well, now we got to kill all the chickens because of bird flu. I think this is actually part of the globalist plan to reduce the amount of meat to farther feminize us by making us all vegans and vegetarians. This is how they push veganism and vegetarianism. They say, oh, the cows are dying because of climate change. Oh, we got too many cow farts. Oh, we got just, the bad weather and it killed all the cows. Oh, we got bird flu. Oh, we got mad cow disease. Oh, we got foot and mouth disease. Oh, we got all these different diseases. We just got to get rid of all these farm animals, but we never have soybean disease. I've never heard of a soybean flu. They want to make sure you're eating the bugs. You're going to eat the bugs, guys. That's what I think about this article. That's my hot take. That's all the rapid fire news I got. That's all the reels. That's all the meme review. That's everything. Now, we're going to move on to our last segment. I'm going to defend. Well, I'm going to give you both sides of the argument. You guys can decide for yourself, but I'm here as an opinionated journalist. This is all op-ed. Everything I do is op-ed. I'm never going to lie to you and tell you I'm trying to be neutral. Well, maybe sometimes we'll try to be neutral on a subject if it's a nuanced subject. But most cases, subjects aren't nuanced, and I'm not neutral. I'm very one-sided. It's a Christian conservative channel, and so that's what you're going to get. I'm going to be defending Christmas against the attacks of these God-hating pagans. We're going to defend it. And if you're a Christian who thinks Christmas is pagan, I'm going to try to save you and pull you back because you've been deceived and you fed into the deception of Satan and you're on the side of the God-hating pagans. By saying that Christmas is pagan, you are on the side of the God-hating pagans, but it's not your fault. You've been deceived. I'm going to pull you back. We're going to get into that in just a short moment. I'm going to take another quick break and then we will do the last segment of the show. Wait till I get my money right. What? Oh, is this song out? Oh, it's just the audio, but Tyson James just dropped a new song 3 hours ago. I didn't know that was premiering 3 hours ago. I knew it was premiering soon, but slightly offensive is talking about what happened. Kanye storms out on Tim Pool. I'm gonna have to watch both of these. No White Gill is reviewing the disaster on Timcast with Ye and Fuentes. We already looked at that. Let's play this from Tyson James. Something else is probably going to play after it. I don't know what, because I'm going to be gone for more than 2.
What do you want? Want a job that I don't hate. Want to do something that matters. But I don't know what that thing is. I feel like I want somebody to tell me exactly what to do. I want to stop feeling like if I take one more step, I'm just going to fall into a pit forever.
I mean, what do you want to eat?
Oh, pad thai.
Yeah, so 2 orders of the pad thai. Yep, that's everything.
What the real talk? Oh my God, it's BetterHelp. It's BetterHelp. I hate BetterHelp ads. Oh, move very quickly in a vacuum. All right. Do I have my articles? I do right here. All right. So first, let's go into why they say Christmas is pagan. So I've already explained. I think this is an attack on Christianity. But let's look into the arguments just so that we can look at both sides. You can't rebuttal something if you don't know what you're rebuttaling. You gotta look into both sides of the argument. So if I can get it to work, screen share. All right. Stay biblical. Only the truth will set you free. This is a Bible Thumper website. God warned the believers not to celebrate pagan holidays. Actually, God has forbidden people in the Bible several times to celebrate pagan festivals and to conform to their customs. The following Bible verses speak for themselves. When the Lord thy God shall cut off all nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land, take heed to thyself that thou not be snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination to the Lord which he hateth hath they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fires of their gods. So first thing, we're going to have to go to this Christian staple. All of this is going to be Deuteronomical. That's a tough word. It is a real word. Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Levitical or Deuteronomical. All this is going to come from Deuteronomy and Leviticus. So I'm going to go to the old Christian staple first. I'm not Jewish. So this doesn't apply to Christians. This is all Jewish law. And these are Levitical tribal laws, dietary laws, clothing laws. All these things went away when Jesus came. So, this is the old Judaism tribes ceremonies, and they're saying don't take from pagan tribes traditions and worship their gods and the things they do. So if a pagan worships if a pagan worships dirt, when you walk on dirt, or if you use dirt to pagans worship plants and animals. Pagans worship dirt. If you take some dirt and you put it in a pot and you grow a plant and you have a pet cat, is that pagan? Are you worshiping pagan gods because you have these things? No, that's stupid. So that's easily rebutted. And second, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings in the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings in the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall you walk in their ordinances. You shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances. First off, I've never done any Canaanite or the children of Israel, Egypt. I've never done any Egyptian stuff or no Canaan God worshiping on Christmas, on Christ Mass. Let's just remember that there is Christ in the name. So, I mean, if that's something you do when you put up your Christmas tree, if you're praying to the Canaanite gods, yes, that's pagan. Don't do that. Don't do that. But nobody's doing that. So let's just calm it down. We're going back to Deuteronomy and Leviticus. So, and then this is where the liberals will come in with the argument, well, do you not eat shellfish? Do you not wear clothing of different fabrics? Because in the next verses, that's what it says. So if you're going to, if you're not Jewish, I don't know why any of this matters. B, if you think that Christmas is pagan, then I hope you don't eat shellfish, and I hope you're Jewish, and I hope you wear it's it's not sensical, it's not logical. It's really, I think it's because Christians are gullible and they're fearful, and when Satan lies, they jump on it. So when the pagans come out and they say Christmas is pagan, to attack Christianity, the Christians jump on board with the pagans because they're gullible. They're gullible, and I'm talking to my people. Y'all are gullible sometimes. Not y'all in the chat. I know y'all are not gullible, but but Christians, a lot of Christians are very gullible. Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, Christians, all of them, we feel like we have a truth that nobody else has, and I don't know, maybe it's ego. We think, I don't know, like I'm Christian, but when I hear about ancient tribes that were around that said the same thing that Christians said years later, but they did it 1,300 years before, but they were worshiping some different God, but their stories are similar. I have to try to justify this, like, okay, well, maybe we're both kind of right, but we just saw it in different ways. We wrote it down in different ways. We told the stories in different ways through thousands of years. And maybe some people say that's not a Christian perspective of mine, but I respect all religions, just not atheism. Well, atheism is a religion, but and agnosticism. Because how are you going to just say you don't know? I know it's hard to know, but we got to know, man. You can't just say my belief is that I don't know stuff. Then just don't have a belief. Don't call yourself agnostic, and don't call yourself atheist. What the? That's a religion too. All right, in 2 Kings. Oh, we got 2 Kings here. We got 2 Kings. Where's the one about the tree? For it was so that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king Egypt, and feared other gods and walked. So now this is from 2 Kings, which is not, Mosaic law, Levitical law, things like that. This is 2 Kings, so this is Solomon writing, I believe. Solomon, or is it Solomon who wrote 2 Kings? I think so. Yeah, it was. Well, he wrote 1 Kings and he wrote part of 2 Kings, and then his apprentice finished 2 Kings. But anyway, they're writing about Mosaic times. This is a verse from 2 Kings referring back to this previous verse from Leviticus. So we see that observing pagan customs does not please God, and in the case of the Israelites had far-reaching consequences. By the way, the 10 lost tribes of Israel had not returned to the land to this day. Jeremiah describes a pagan custom very similar to Christmas. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them, for the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth, here it is, it's from Jeremiah, I thought it was from Joshua. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen, with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. Now, this is referring to an ancient pagan tradition where they would take trees and they would cut them down, and they would use them as sacrifice places, as altars. They would use them as altars. They would sacrifice children. They'd drip blood over the trees. They would decorate it and drip blood, and this was a sign, I don't know, to their God, of praising to their God. Now, this is the most damning thing. Now, here's the thing that we're going to get into shortly. And this other website that I'm going to read to you that defends the Christian aspect, it's going to show you why the Christmas tree is a Christian tradition. What I'm going to pose to you is that every nation and people all over the world have always used trees as symbols for things. We have the symbol of the cross. So if a Christian tells you Christmas is pagan because you have a Christmas tree in your house and pagans used to worship trees and sacrifice children on them, well, then I'm going to say to you, isn't the first commandment? I'm not going to say the numbers because I don't know the numbers, but what about you're not supposed to have any engraven image? Why do you worship a cross? That's a tree. You're worshiping a tree cut down by the workmen decorated with the blood of Christ. I mean, your cross is worshiping a cross is just as pagan. If this is your argument, worshiping a cross is just as pagan as having a Christmas tree. And you don't even worship. Nobody worships a Christmas tree. If you're worshiping your Christmas tree, you're weird. You're probably a pagan. And that's why agnostics are the most honest. Nah. You can't take a stand on I don't know. That's whack. That's weak. That's beta. What's your view of the world and the greatest questions in humanity and philosophy ever? I don't know. Come on, man. We're men. We're supposed to figure this stuff out. Is Christmas a pagan holiday? The winter solstice. We're going to hear a lot about Yule. We're going to hear a lot about the winter solstice. Let me first. I think they have it here actually. Let me first tell you all of the holidays recognized that Jesus recognized. So this just gave us a bunch of Old Testament things. Let's look at the only holidays that Jesus recognized in one way or the other. So Jesus observed Passover. He fulfilled the Feast of the First Fruits. He pointed to Pentecost or Shavuot. He foreshadowed the Feast of the Trumpets. He fulfilled the Day of Atonement, which is Yom Kippur, and he observed the Feast of the Tabernacle. So these are the holidays that Jesus celebrated. But the argument is not and Jesus was a Jew. The argument is not what is Christmas a Jewish holiday. If the argument we're having is that Christmas is not a Jewish holiday, I would agree with you because it's a Christian holiday. Duh. But the argument is that Christmas is not a pagan holiday that I'm making. So let's look at lists of other pagan holidays that fall on Christmas. Now we're going to get into where we see that every culture throughout history has celebrated at certain times of the year. This is because this is when the seasons are changing. The stargazers, this is when stars are changing and seasons are changing and everything's changing. The temperature, it's Christmas time. It's just longer days, longer nights, shorter days. All these things that have a spiritual pull on people throughout history. Every culture has celebrated around this time. Not every culture, but lots of cultures. List of other pagan holidays that fall on Christmas. Now, that premise is wrong. That premise is wrong. It should say list of other pagan holidays that fall in late December to early January. That's what it should say. This is what's it called? It's a presupposition. It's a wrong presupposition. The question is presented wrong. Or this is presented wrong. Yule, the festival, and December 21st. So it says list of pagan holidays that fall on Christmas. Well, December 21st is not Christmas. So this article's dumb already. Yule festival, North European festival, was December 21st on the old calendar. The birthday of Horus, the Egyptian god. And, I started just going through these. I wanted to see. So this is interesting. Yule became a name for Christmas about the 9th century. The 9th century. Okay, so remember that for later. That's 800 to 900 Anno Domini, AD, is when Yule became a holiday. So remember that for later. Yule didn't become a holiday until the 9th century. All right. And then the next one, we got the birthday of Horus, the Egyptian god, December 21st. Also December 21st, not December 25th. Now, it says old calendar. I don't know if on an old calendar, December 21st would be December 25th. I don't know, but that's not Christmas. So Isis and Horus, the holy day of December 25th. And then here it says that it's the December 25th. Here it says it's December 21st. The goddess of Isis bore the holy child Horus on December 25th. Frequently, the statement is used to dismiss the Christian tradition of the birth of Christ on that day, and by inference, Christian tradition in general as mere pagan superstition. Frankly, this has been driving me a little crazy for the years for a variety of reasons. First, there's absolutely nothing wrong with celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. the bringer of light, Christianity, to its believers at that time of the year when the light, the sun, begins its return to the world. It is the perfect symbol, and early Christians would have been silly to ignore it. The other thing that bothered me was that I thought that the December 25th date was stretching the truth to make a point. The point being that the real meaning of Christmas was, in fact, the celebration of a pagan deity. Why? When there are so many very legitimate connections between the deities of all the world's pantheons. Should we have to distort the truth to make the point? Please see my previous post, blah, 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 blah. Well, it finally bothered me enough to feel that I decided to find out where that whole Horus born on December 25th thing came from. I first checked in with my pal Plutarch, since I know he mentions a couple of Egyptian winter solstice traditions, and since Horus, born on the 25th, seemed likely to have been a late pagan tradition, writing in the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, Plutarch tells us that sorry, I'm going to have a hard time with a lot of these words we're going to get into, our names. Harpocrates. I'm going to say Harpocrates. I think that's right. Yeah, here it is, from Harpocrate. Horus, the child, is born in the winter solstice. I quote here at length because it's the lead-in. Since Horus is a solar god, his birth at the winter solstice, even to the extent that he is an imperfect and prematurely born at that time, makes symbolic sense. This tradition was still going strong by the 4th and 5th centuries for another writer, Macrobius, famous for his book about the Saturnalia, which we'll talk about that shortly. So this was an Egyptian tradition, at least from the time of Plutarch, but was it so earlier? Well, I'm still looking into that, but at least one author has noted that in the time of Pharaoh Amenemhat, approximately 1991 and 1962 BCE, the pharaoh took a new title as the sun approached winter solstice in the 17th year of his reign. This is a long article, but what I'm getting at is this isn't even agreed upon that this is the date of that, and I'm thinking that pagans are using this to attack Christianity. They want to attack Christianity, and of course there's going to be similarities in all the world's, religions and ideologies, because there is one truth. Now, how we interpret it, how we pass it down, how we write it down and put it into documents is different, but we're all saying the same thing, and just in different ways. So I don't think this proves that Christian is pagan by any means. Let's keep going. We got and then after that one, I stopped looking into each of these pagan holidays, but I have looked into them before. Wendling, December 24th to 26th, so that's not exactly on the 25th. A Franconian Elbe Germanic festival. Birthday of Tammuz, the Babylonian god, on December 25th. That matches. Babylonian festival. Birthday of Mithras, December 25th. Feast of Mithras cult. Holiday of Sol Invictus, a Roman sun god, on December 25th. And Ranasht, pagan festival. The Christian church later formed the Christmas festival from this. Okay. The Catholic Church has set Christmas on a pagan date to convince the pagans. Now, here's where we're going to get into some truth from this article. So, and this is one of my arguments. They use it as like a damning thing. I use it as an argument for Christianity. Basically, they say since the date of Christmas lands on December 25th, which is the same day as a lot of pagans, what happened was with the Crusades and the Catholics back then in Rome, they wanted to abolish basically paganism. So, but people had these days that they celebrated, days where everybody got together and had fun, and it was good times, regardless of what they were worshiping. And I think maybe back then people were probably stronger in their faith. So when they were worshiping, they were really worshiping these gods. Nowadays, holidays really don't mean anything to most people. It's just it's more of a capital. Every holiday in America is a capitalist holiday. It's about making money. It boosts the economy, and I'm okay with that too. But I like to know the meanings of these days, why we are really celebrating them. And Christmas, we celebrate Christmas as Christians a specific way. And yes, the Catholics did, want to have a festival, a Christian festival, at the same time as Saturnalia, at the same time as this rock, at the same time as all these different pagan festivals. They wanted to have a holiday on the same day, and they wanted to get rid of those things. And I'm okay with that. That means we won. Now, I said I'm not Catholic, but I believe Catholics back then, and this is one thing I do like about Catholics. They helped keep Christianity alive. they helped spread Christianity across the world. Even though I don't agree that everything they do is Christian, they're on my team. I'd rather go to war with a Catholic than an atheist. But the Catholic Church set Christmas on a pagan date to convince the pagans this is true. Partially, this is partially true. We do have reasons that I'm going to get into shortly for why we have it on December 25th, and why we make these claims about Jesus's birth. That is wrong, but we'll get into it shortly. But I don't think this is an argument against it. I think we did co-opt a bunch of pagan stuff because we wiped them out. We beat them. We won. We took them over, and we said, and liberals will use this as an attack on Christians, like, oh, you just wiped out the pagans and you took over their holiday. No, we wiped out the pagans and we made our own holiday. It's way better. It's way better. And it happens to be on this time. That's because that's what people are used to. The Jews do Seder, which is Passover, which Catholics celebrate. I think they do Passover anyway, but 40 days before Easter, we do the famous no meat on Fridays and giving up something for Lent. Yuletide log butch. Dreidel, 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 made it out of clay. The cross is to remind us that people will crucify the Son of God, so we should never expect people to treat our lowly selves fairly. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to say, the cross is a pagan symbol. I'm just saying, if you're consistent and you think that the tree is pagan, then biblically we shouldn't have the cross, because we're not supposed to have any engraven images like that. It's like, why would you? I don't know why we worship the thing that Jesus was killed on. I get what you're saying, Stubborn One. I just don't know if I agree with it. The menorah is the only but I have a cross tattooed on my arm, just so you know. So, WTFJS, what'd I say? The Inquisition were so Christian. The Inquisitions were so Christian, and giving up something for Lent. Anyway, so the biblical holidays that God commanded can be found in the Bible. I already read those. Christians do not celebrate Christmas, but the early Christians did not celebrate Christmas, but the biblical holidays. Yeah, because there wasn't really a Christian identity. We weren't really celebrating Christ, and also I'll argue Christmas is, well, I don't know what country's Christmas is celebrated in, but it's more of an American. It's an American. It's not a white holiday because there's white pagans too, but it's a Christian holiday. This is my argument. Okay. Conclusion: Christmas is a pagan holiday and not biblical. In fact, there is not a single passage in the entire Bible where God tells people to celebrate Christmas. Duh, because it wasn't invented yet. That's stupid. How is that? There is also no Bible passage that can be used to prove that Israelites or Christians celebrated Christmas. Yeah, because it wasn't invented yet. Thank you for reiterating that you're not very smart, whoever wrote this. However, there's plenty of evidence that Jesus and the early Christians celebrated biblical holidays of Leviticus 23. That's because they were Jewish. Therefore, we should follow their example. In fact, the prophets had already foretold the Gentiles would celebrate the holidays and act according to the statutes of the Israelites. Okay. But the Bible doesn't say anywhere, don't make up a new holiday. And it doesn't say anywhere you're not allowed to make up a new day to celebrate. So let's get that out of there. Saturnalia in the history of Christmas. So here, well, why Christmas is not pagan. Let's move on to this. Let's do the rebuttals. The thought to enjoy the day because of gifts and Santa Claus of pagan. That's what they mean. Yeah, well, that's not true. And that's what I mean. That's a lie. There's nothing. So now we're going to go to why Christmas is not pagan, and I'm going to rebuttal what Dean just said. All right. An increasing number of Christians have come to believe that Christmas is derived from paganism. They've heard that the timing of Christmas may have been borrowed from Roman sun god worship, or that Christmas trees come from German paganism, or that the star on top of the Christmas tree comes from astrological worship. But these myths are all so wrong. Christmas, the celebration of the nativity of our Lord, is thoroughly Christian celebration. Here's why. Also, let's just ask Google. We don't always agree with Google with what Google says, but let's see what Google says real quick. Is Christmas Pagan. Now, as Christmas applies to the celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ, Christmas is decidedly not pagan. However, there are some differences of opinion. Yeah, well, there's always differences of opinion, but it's even Google says Christmas is decidedly not pagan. It is 100% not pagan. Okay, if you think Christmas is pagan, maybe you're a pagan. That's all I could say, because if you're celebrating Christmas as a Christian, then Christmas is Christian. If you're celebrating, well, if you're pagan, you wouldn't be celebrating Christmas. But if you're not celebrating Christmas because you think Christmas is pagan, you might be a pagan. You should probably just celebrate Christmas because it's pagan. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now Frank has me saying, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Flat Sabbath in your name, I'm assuming you're a flat earther. I'm sorry to hear that, but you have every right to your opinion. All right. The idea of getting gifts. So, no, that's the idea of getting gifts is not pagan. It's actually very Christian. We're told to give. That's called charity. That's a Christian thing. That's like tithing. You tithe to the church, and the church helps the community. It's like socialism, but not forced by the government. It's called charity. That's a Christian idea. All right. The urban legend goes that December 25th is derived from the birth of an ancient Roman sun god. But when we look back in history, we find that several Christian writers calculated the date of the Lord's nativity long before the Roman celebration of Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, birthday of the unconquered sun, was established. The fact is, though, ancient Christian writers built the timing for the birth of Christ from the scriptural observation that Zechariah was on duty on Yom Kippur, September 23rd. The observation comes from the information we find in the Gospel of Luke. So now we're actually going to get to some New Testament stuff, which that whole last thing I just read you was a Jewish argument for why Christmas, which is a Christian holiday, is pagan. So just so you know, it wasn't accurate. This is New Testament verses that corroborate what I'm saying, that Christmas is Christian, hence the Christ in the name. Once when Zachariah's division was on duty and he was serving as priest before God, he was chosen by lot, according to the custom of the priesthood, to go into the temple of the Lord and burn incense. And when the time of the burning of incense came, all the assembled worshippers were praying outside. Then an angel of the Lord appeared to him, standing at the right side of the altar of incense. So Zechariah is doing the Yom Kippur ceremony on September 23rd. Okay. The day of Yom Kippur is a day in which incense was offered in this manner. Based on this observation, Christians were able to calculate the birth of John the Forerunner as being September 23rd plus 270 days, which equals June 24th. They then observed that the annunciation of Christ's birth was 6 months after John the Baptist's conception. John the Forerunner is the one who ran and said that Christ was coming. So the annunciation of Christ's birth was 6 months after John the Baptist's conception. In the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, at the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. Okay, so this tells us in the 6 months of Elizabeth of her pregnancy. So calculating September 23rd and adding 6 months brings us to March 25th. Through this reasoning, Irenaeus had established March 25th as the date of the Annunciation before the end of the 2nd century. Annunciation was being celebrated long before Christmas, since the Annunciation was miraculous, whereas the birth was a mere function of human biology. So they're saying when it was announced that Mary was pregnant, okay, the date of December 25th is therefore derived from the date of Jesus' conception, the Immaculate Conception. Now, this is something that's been lost through history. So we say we're celebrating Jesus' birth. We're actually celebrating the date based off of biblical calculations. This is from historians in the 1st century, right after the Bible was written. These guys have Textus Receptus. These guys are going off the base manuscripts, and they're using math, and they're figuring out the years. We have dates. We have historical events recorded in the Bible, and they figured out Jesus wasn't born on December 25th. Jesus was conceived on December 25th, or in that area of time. Sorry, I know water is flat and level. Wrong. That's not true. But By the year 2021 AD, 3 Christian writers had independently calculated the date of Jesus' birth as December 25th. Irenaeus, as we have just said, identified the date of his annunciation before the end of the 2nd century. Hippolytus used a different method, but determined December 25th as the date of the nativity in 202 AD when he wrote of his commentary on Daniel 4:23. Finally, Sextus Julius Africanus, in writing his chronology of the world in 2021, had also calculated December 25th. So we have multiple writers, one saying that it was the Annunciation, 2 are saying that it was when he was born. But all these writings are happening in the 1st and 2nd century. When did we say that that one holiday that I talked about began? The 9th century. That's 7 centuries after these Christian, what are they called? Writers, I guess just writers. But these guys, this is 7 centuries after they guessed that Jesus, and this is 100 years after Jesus. So they're going off fresh information, right? I trust that this is pretty much correct. He was either conceived or born right around winter solstice. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. But maybe God did it that way on purpose. Who knows? The horizon is flat and level. Dumb argument. Come on, get like me, Flat Sabbath. You got to step up your debate game. Call in on Discord after I'm done with this. By the year 2021, yeah, I already said that. When people pushing pagan conspiracy theory argue that December 25th, they use conspiracy theory. It is a conspiracy theory. It is a conspiracy. The pagans are trying to destroy Christmas. Argue that December 25th, the date of a pagan festival, they build their arguments upon observance of that date. But they never bother to explore the series of Christian dates from which December 25th is derived. They never whisper a word of dissent about September 23rd, conception of John the Baptist, March 25th, Annunciation, or June 24th, Nativity of John the Baptist. The conspiracy theorist's only complaint is with December 25th. When we examine why Christians began observing December 25th as the birth date of our Lord, the argument that it was the first pagan holiday simply collapses. But what makes our conspiracy theorist's job even more difficult is the fact that the pagans who plagiarized from the Christians, not the other way around. The scholar Manfred Klaus established that Emperor Aurelian established the cult of Dies Natalis Solis Invicti on December 25th, 274 AD, and decreed that day as the day of the winter solstice celebration. This is more than 50 years after Sextus Julius Africanus established Christ's birthday, 72 years later after Hippolytus had done so, and probably at least 100 years after Irenaeus established March 25th as the Annunciation. So what this is saying, so we got that one of them came out in the 9th century. This all happened in the 1st century. Now we're seeing Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, or, the, what's it called that we've been talking about? Anyway, winter solstice, Winter solstice didn't start till 274 AD. We had been recognizing Jesus' birthday and all these dates since the 1st century. So they're 270 years late. The other one was 7 centuries late. So now we're starting to see the pagans took ideas from Christianity. And now, 1,000 years later, the God-hating left is trying to destroy Christmas by convincing you that it's pagan. The myth of, so let's get into all the myths. The myths of the snow-filled fields. They say, well, it wasn't snowing. How come it's not ever snowing? Well, that's because we're talking about Bethlehem. It's in Africa. It's a good temperature there. Many Christians doubt the date that Christ's birth was on December 25th because they have heard it said. We know that Christmas Day isn't when Jesus was born because the fields would have been covered by snow in December, and therefore the shepherds would not have been in the field. It's strange that people can hear this statement and then not check the average temperatures in Israel. It may come as a surprise to realize that people quite comfortably swim in Tel Aviv, just 40 miles from Bethlehem, on Christmas Day. The average temperature for Bethlehem on December is 14 degrees Celsius. In other words, Melbourne's average minimum temperature in December is equal to Bethlehem's average high temperature. That's a long way for a temperature that would support snow-covered fields. All right, then the use of the Christmas tree. So here we go. Here's the Christmas tree rebuttal. This is pretty good. Sometimes it is alleged that the Christmas trees of pagan origin have been used within German paganism. The problem with this theory is that the use of an evergreen tree is a global Christian tradition that was first practiced in the East. When I look at the decorated fir tree, I always remember the genealogy of Jesus Christ, but also of his mother. But also, look at the decorated fir tree genealogy, but also his mother, Panagia Theotokos, ever Virgin Mary, Mother of Christ. I've never heard her called that, but there shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of its roots. Isaiah 11:1. St. Cosmos, the poet, referred to this verse when he wrote of Christ as the blossom which rose up out of the virgin stem from the stump of Jesse. The root is Jesse, David's father. The rod is King David. The flower which came from the root, and the rod is Theotokos, or Mary. The fruit which came forth from the flower, of Panagia Theotokos is Christ. Holy Scripture presents this wonderfully. I don't know about this argument. They're saying basically the tree represents Jesus. I don't know about this, but this is just a rebuttal I found. I got my own rebuttal that I already made, which is, one, my tree is not cut down by a woodworker's axe. My tree is not adorned with gold and silver. It's adorned with plastic and tinsel. My tree is not used as an altar or a sacrifice place. My tree is not even a tree. It's a white plastic thing. So, and it's a white Christmas, guys. This is my tree. So, no, that is not a pagan tree, and I do not do pagan worship with that tree. That's my argument. Their argument is that the tree actually represents Jesus. I don't know about this. Maybe somebody could fact check this. I don't know. It is usually said that the custom of the Christmas tree is foreign and Western, but a manuscript in the British Museum from the 13th century informs us that in 512 AD, the Emperor Anastasios built a church at the monastery of St. Gabriel in Turabin in northern Syria. Among other dedications, he offered 2 large brass trees, which stood on both sides of the beautiful gate of the sanctuary. See, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That does sound a little pagan. On the levels of the trees, there was a place for lights to flicker. Each tree had 180 lamps and 50 silver chains from the top to bottom. One of these hung small objects of gold, silver, or copper, as well as red eggs, vases, animals, birds, crosses, wreaths, bells, cardboard. Now, see, but here's the other thing. Here's the other argument. What if it just looks nice? You know, if somebody puts a vase with roses on their table, they're not worshiping the roses. They're not cutting down the worksman of the axe, like it says in Jeremiah, and taking of God's thing and worshiping it as the pagans do. What if this stuff just looks nice? Like when you see a wreath made out of fir branches and pine cones with a bow on it, if you say that's pagan, you're giving them a whole lot of power. You're giving the pagans a whole lot of power because they just get to take over everything. Pagans worship candles. You're not allowed to have fire anymore. Pagans worship fire. You're not allowed to have fire anymore. You're not allowed to have candles anymore. If you can't have a dang wreath and a dang Christmas tree without being called a pagan, that's dumb. Bodies of water never curve. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do all the time. They always do. They frequently do. In fact, at the equator, they actually bow out farther because of the higher amount of gravity there. Yep. But you don't believe in gravity though. Never mind. Anyway, Paul the Silentiary in 563 AD, and his these words are hard. Ekphrasis of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople and Ekphrasis from the Ambon Hagia Sophia describes in detail the lights of the icon screen in the pulpit of the great church. Blah 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 blah. Christmas tree practice is also documented in the study of late Professor Byzantine archaeology at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Constantine Callicraeus, titled "Sacred Trees and Eastern Origin of the Christmas Tree." Here he reveals that the custom of the Christmas tree is not foreign or Western European by Byzantine and Orthodox. Our Christmas tree is not derived from the pagan Yule tree, rather from the paradise tree adorned in honor of Adam and Eve. The Christmas tree is completely biblical in origin. How legitimate is it to use a fir tree in the celebration of Christmas? From the earliest days of the church, Christians brought many things of God's material creation into their life of faith and worship, e.g. water, bread, wine, oil, candles, and incense. All these things are part of God's creation. They are part of the world that Christ came to save. Mankind cannot reject the material creation without rejecting Christ's own humanity. Christmas celebrates the great mystery of incarnation. In that mystery, God and the world became man. God, the Word, became man in order to redeem us. God became one of us. He became part of his own creation. Yeah. Anyway, that one's kind of they didn't do a good job of defending the tree. I did. I took care of it. Don't worry about what this website said. The star, they just use a bunch of, but I mean, they're backing it up with like, writers and actual theologians and philosophers and stuff. I don't got all that information. I just got basic common sense that I'm not a pagan. So when I have a Christmas tree, it's not pagan. It's pretty simple. The star on the Christmas tree. Now here's a good one. The star on the Christmas tree. This one, they got it right. This is the argument. We place a star on the Christmas tree not because of astrological observances creeping into Christianity, but because the 3 pagan kings who came to Judea to worship Christ followed a star. Christians place a star atop the Christmas tree because it was a star that guided the Magi to worship the newborn infant. And presents are exchanged. Well, we're going to keep going. The nativity scene. This is all in the nativity scene. If you guys, just you got to look at the Bible. You got to look at the story that goes along with Christmas. So why are presents exchanged? Well, the guys who followed the star that we put on top of our tree that represents the star that the Magi followed, what did they bring? They brought gold, or they brought incense, gold. What did they bring? Myrrh, gold, sapphire, myrrh, gold, frankincense, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. I didn't read it in the article yet, but I'm about to read it in the article. They brought gold, frankincense, and myrrh. They brought gifts. They followed a star to Jesus, and they brought gifts. This is why we exchange gifts on Christmas. This is why we put a star on top of our Christmas tree. It's not pagan. It's Christian. Why presents are exchanged? The exchange of presents is not purely crass commercialism. Although, unfortunately, we do see a fair bit of that today. Yes, it is a capitalist holiday. And I said that earlier. It is now a capitalist holiday. Most people forget the meaning of Christmas. And they're just, they like the presents. They like giving presents. I'm too broke to even buy anybody presents. If you guys want to send me a present, hit it up. Hit up the Cashapp. But why presents are exchanged, although unfortunately we do see, but actually has both Jewish and Christian origins. The Jewish origins of gift giving arise in the history of God's deliverance of Israel from destruction. In the book of Esther, a new holiday is given during the month of Adar. This holiday was to celebrate the deliverance of Jewish people from the death decreed by the king. And then it has Esther 9, 20, and 22. So exchanging gifts was something that rose within the traditions of Judaism. It's not pagan at all. But more directly, Christians exchanged gifts in remembrance of the 3 pagan kings who brought presents to our infant Lord. Again, this is Christ defeating paganism. This is Christianity overcoming paganism. So when we celebrate Christmas, it's not pagan. We beat the pagans. If you call it pagan, like, what are you talking about? Nobody's pagan. I'm just talking to anybody who believes that Christmas is pagan. Nobody's pagan anymore. The pagans are all dead. Nobody's worshiping sun gods and stuff. If they are, they're weirdos. We give presents because the wise men, well, the pagans, they call them pagans here. I call them the wise men. If they were pagan, I don't know if they were wise, but they were the magi. I have heard the magi and the wise men. I did not know they were pagans, but whatever. Regardless, they saw a child with Mary, his mother, and they fell down and worshipped her. They opened their treasure. They offered him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. That's Matthew 2:11. What the shepherds saw, Isaiah's prophecy. Dang, how many of these are there? Isaiah communicated the prophecy of nativity. He promised that the Gentiles would rejoice and that their joy would increase. There's a long verse from Isaiah. For God is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there will be no end. Upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and justice. From that time forward, even forever, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. Yeah. As we approach the nativity, we need to realize that we are among the Gentiles spoken of by this prophecy. We're among the Gentiles who are to celebrate and rejoice the birth of the Savior. The celebration of the nativity of our Lord is far from pagan. Indeed, it is prophetically foretold that Gentiles would celebrate the birth of the Lord. Let us join in this celebration with our whole hearts. Based. And that's all I got to say. They had an epic bow that they put on the end of that. If you think Christian's pagan, go be a pagan. Christmas is not pagan. Christmas is 100, and I'm passionate about this, guys. I'm passionate about this. This is one thing that I really get irked when people, I get irked when people say that Thanksgiving is colonizers killing the indigenous people and taking the land. I get mad when I hear that stuff. I don't like it. Not mad. I just don't like it. I feel strongly about this. I don't really get mad, but it is a mess when I hear people calling Christmas pagan. Now Easter, we're gonna do one of these about Easter too. Why Easter is a Christian holiday? Because we are a Christian nation. This is America. We're Christians. I don't. Now the bunny and the eggs. I haven't done the research yet, so we'll have to do it then. And I know about the Ashtar. I know what they say. These things are pagan, but that's not. I haven't done an egg hunt. That's for kids. That's so that we can teach holidays to kids. So we put a message with the holiday, and then we put a bunch of fun activities that the family does together. We come together. We do these activities on Easter. We do the egg hunts. This is just to keep the kids involved. No adults are going out doing Easter egg hunts. This is for the children. The children have a fun day. They see these things that they remember, and then we tie these things. If you're as good parents, we tie we take their attention from the fun stuff, and we say, now this is what the day is about. And then they'll remember it. They'll remember it from a very young age. They'll remember, this is when, and Good Friday, that's when the Savior died. Sunday, that's when he rose again for our sins. Christmas, that's when Jesus was born. Thanksgiving, that's when we give thanks to God for all the blessings that he's given us. These are Christian holidays. And, I don't like people spreading the mess that Christmas is pagan, because it's a lie. It's a pagan lie to attack Christians and attack Christianity. So if you're attacking me, I'm going to attack back. I got something for you. But that's that, guys. We kind of Bible thumped. We did a little bit of everything. I got to at least go to 10 o'clock. Our Christmas tree is pagan. Inside of the origins of the Christmas tree. Christmas trees are widely associated with the Christmas holiday, but their origins are far from the Christ worship standard. See, this is Newsweek. Now, this is what I would expect. I expect Newsweek. If I read an article from history.com, if I read an article, but when Bible websites are doing it, the first one, that was supposed to be a Christian site. When these Bible websites are calling Christmas pagan, now I know a lot of Christians are just ill-informed. They haven't done 3 hours of research like I did into this. 3 hours yesterday. Yesterday, I did 2 or 3 hours of research and collecting all this stuff. Then today, talking about it and reading it. But that's just for this show. I've looked into this stuff over the years for many, many, many hours. And there was a college class on why Christmas is not pagan, why Thanksgiving is not a colonizer day, why Easter is not pagan, why all these things. If there was a college class on it, I would have a dang degree. No disc, dude. It's not pagan. The BS stories they teach is just a way to spread sin. Let's see. I found in Google that Elvis is alive. He came in line here to Argentina, and Jim Morrison too. Yeah, they live in Argentina. Tupac also. What happened if you spin that basketball at 66,660 miles per hour? That's a lot of sixes. I can't bother seeing it with us. They will realize they are on an Oreo type of flat disc. No, name. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fall for the flat Earth. No, that's another trick to make Christians look stupid too. Nugget Man, what's up? This the only rational thing with the ice wall, of course. No, names. Get away from the dark side, dude. Okay, the ant example is not good, but the microbe one wins. We're like a microbe when it comes to the size of the Earth. The reason we don't fly off the Earth because it's spinning. They say the centrifugal force should pull us away, which it does in most cases. If you take a wet tennis ball and you spin it, the water all flies off of it. The reason why that doesn't happen is there's a mathematical equation that you can do. If you guys are good at math, I want you to take the equation, for centrifugal force, and then I want you to take the speed and the velocity that the world's going, plug in those numbers, and then I want you to take the equation for gravity, and I want you to figure out the gravitational pull of the Earth. There is an equation for both of these things. If you're good at math, you can do it. I'm not. Other people have done it for me, but if you know how to do math, you can do it. Math is real. It's a real thing. I promise you math is real. If you take the equation to find out the gravitational pull of the Earth, then you take the equation to figure out the centrifugal force of something very small on a very large object going at a certain speed, you'll find out that one number will be bigger than the other number. Which number do you think is bigger? The gravitation. The gravitational pull is bigger than the force exerted by the world spinning. Much, 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 much bigger. We're held onto the ball by gravity, but you don't believe in gravity. So, Nugget Man, I do admit the Bible version of what flat Earth is hard for me to argue as a believer. Don't fall for that, Stephen Will. Don't fall for that. That's not true. The Bible does not say. The Bible is not a book of geology. It's not a geology book. All those verses that talk about the world, the flat, all those verses are either poetic or they're being written by somebody who has no idea. Don't fall for that biblical flat earth stuff. That's what atheists made up to make Christians look like idiots and to make us believe dumb shit. Because the Bible is not supposed to be used to figure out geology. The Bible is it's a book for spiritual reasons, for spiritual things, spiritual answers. It's not the book for, to figure out physics and science. Those are two different things. You're taking a physical thing and applying it to the spiritual world. It doesn't work. And also, if you're going to take these poetic verses from the Bible, like the four corners of the world, then if you're going to take those as literal, then you got to take a lot of other stuff as literal. Are you guys actually sheep? Like Stephen Wilt, and don't get offended the way I'm asking you the question. You got to hear the question out. Do you have fur that needs to be trimmed, wool? Do you walk around in a field and eat grass? Are you a sheep? Because if you take the four corners thing literally, then you also have to take Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. This is a metaphor. This is saying God is a shepherd and we are his sheep. So if you believe you're a sheep of God and you take everything in the Bible literally, then you must actually be a sheep, because David was actually a shepherd and he was talking about sheep. So he's talking about sheep. He said, and when he says, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me my shepherd. I am his sheep. He maketh me to lay down in the green pastures and leadeth me beside the still waters. He's using metaphors, and he's writing a song, which is poetry, and he's comparing us to a sheep. If you take it literal in the Bible where it talks about the four corners of the world, if you take that literally, then you also have to think that you're a sheep. You can't take everything in the Bible literally. You have to understand who was writing the books, when they were writing the books, what the purpose of the book is. Some books are written like stories. Some of the books in the Bible are written like poems. Some of them are law books. Some of them are family lineages. Some of them they're just telling stories. Like the book of Job was not written by Job. The book of Job supposedly is the earliest, takes place before Genesis, but it was written during the time of Isaiah. So you have to understand the writers, what they were writing, how they were writing. Like Psalm is a book of songs. That's what Psalms means, is songs. Songs have a lot of metaphors. Psalms have a lot of poetry. Songs have a lot of alliteration and similes. If you take stuff literal in the Bible that is not supposed to be taken literally, the Bible is not telling you the shape of the earth. It's not in there. If you think it is, that's blasphemy, because you gotta believe a lot of other. So when atheists made flat earth, they started the Flat Earth Organization, which is an organization. It is a funded organization. They have paid apps that you have to get on your phone. They have conventions where people come to meet atheists. The Four Horsemen, Weiss, Dubé. Who are the other two? and there's two more. They're called the four horsemen of the flat Earth. These guys are all atheists, right? They've written books about being atheists. They've written books discrediting the Bible and discrediting Jesus. They sell the flat Earth to Christians because Christians are gullible and they don't know enough about the Bible to dig deep and figure out what things mean. So when they see something in the Bible like, oh, the Earth's flat, now these atheists sell you this flat Earth idea, and they're making millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off of it. But they won't take any of that money and go sail around Antarctica. They won't put their money where their mouth is. They're atheists, and they're destroying Christianity with the flat Earth. It's serious. It's not really a joking matter. I don't think it's a joking matter. I do joke with the flat earthers because you have to. For some people, simply believing the Bible version of creation, how our world is, not enough to bring inner peace. I don't have to look up there for answers. All within. Right, but I don't get my answers from the Bible either. I get information from the Bible. I don't get wisdom or anything from the Bible. I'm just saying when people say the Bible told them the earth is flat, they're misinterpreting the Bible. And the Bible is not telling you the shape of the earth. So if you believe that, then you got to take a lot of things more literally in the Bible. So it's a mess. It's not consistent. No, sir. Even Jesus said, "Spread my Father's word as far as the east is from the west, proving earth is round. If you're always going east, you can never go west." Facts, name. I agree with that. I've said that to people before too, because east never meets west. If he would have said, as far as north is to south, it's not the same as far as east is from west, because east never becomes west. If you're going east, you'll always be going east. If you're going west, you'll always be going west. But if you go north, eventually you'll be going south. And if you keep going south, eventually you'll be going north again. I understand that, name. I know that. But oh, you're saying no, sir. So you're saying that, yeah. But I mean, I don't think that's necessarily. I think he probably knew. So maybe you're right. Maybe it does say it there. But see that's a different example. That's quoting something that Jesus said. But when they take verses from Isaiah and Psalms and Exodus and stuff, they take it out of context and say, or in Genesis, it talks about the four corners of the earth. Then you also have to believe that Jesus is walking around as a sword swallower, because it says he spoke swords that could lay into people's hearts. You have to believe that the armor of God is actually a physical suit of armor that you put on. If you believe, some of this, if you take everything literal in the Bible, then you'll lose your mind. You're wrong, bro. Flat Earth is the truth. No, it's retarded, bro. It's retarded. What's the difference between 5 and 6 point star? One is for the Crips and one is for the Bloods, Dean. Why do you think there's different beliefs in them? What else? Anybody saying? I hate getting on this flat Earth thing, but it's the same. It's the same as the holidays. It's a psyop to make Christians look bad. When you say Christmas is pagan, and you say the Bible says the Earth is flat, so I'm a flat earther. Like you got to be skeptic of the skeptics. You got to be skeptical of. You got to be. I don't care if you believe in flat Earth. I just don't like when people use the Bible to defend flat Earth, um, because they know they have no physical proof. There's no logical argument in the physical world for why the Earth is flat, because science and math and observation and experiments and all these things prove that it's round very simply. So they have to deny all that. So then they take it to the spiritual world, and then these atheists co-opt Christianity to deceive us. Don't fall for it, guys. I think that's the whole theme of this episode. Don't fall for Satan's tricks. Christmas, a child has been born for us, a son is given to us. Authority rests upon him, and his name is Jesus. Huh. Am I not skeptical of NASA? I am skeptical of NASA. I don't even think we went to the moon the first time. I say that all the time. But I know NASA is a place. I've been there. I've watched rockets launch from NASA. Lots and lots of them. Not lots and lots. Probably like 10. I've went on a field trip to NASA. I've had one of the ice cream candy bars, or one of the space ice cream bars. It was pretty good. They vacuum all the everything out of it, so it's like biting into air. Pretty good. Pretty good. But I am skeptical of NASA. I don't think NASA's lying about the shape of the Earth. I think they might have lied about the first moon landing. I'm not 100% sure, but it's just odd that they lost all the telemetry data. Robbie was showing us a thing talking about how maybe we went and they found structures on the moon and like aliens, and they came back and they weren't allowed to talk about it. So that's why they got rid of all the data. That was a pretty good theory. I liked that one. But yeah, I don't trust NASA. I don't trust any government entity. But here's another thing. No government entity is telling me the world is round. NASA isn't the one who said that the world was round. I don't know where this argument comes from. I don't trust the government. So the world is flat. What do you mean? The government didn't tell anybody the world was round. NASA never told nobody the world. That's not where it comes from. It comes from thousands and thousands of years of observation and science. And these are the Cavendish experiment. You can go do it. You can go do it. You can do these experiments. You can put a stick in the ground and measure the shadow. You can do all this stuff yourself. So I think it's dumb when people say the government told me the world is round. The government didn't tell you the world is round. People figured out the world was round because we're smart. We figure stuff out. We used to, at least. We used to have a little bit of sense. I don't know where it's going to. It makes the young think the old are stupid and the old think the young are crazy. Yeah. Gonna go to bed. Have a beautiful time. Later, name. It's the upper atmosphere that make Earth appear spherical. Of course, if you drain the oceans of Earth, would be many shapes. Yeah, the Earth's not even flat. You never seen a mountain? Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that if a giant rubbed his finger across the Earth, it would feel like a cue ball. That the changes in topography are so minute that in the massive scheme of things, it's really not that noticeable. Like on a globe, when you can feel a mountain, he says that's dramatized. Like that's way more extreme. You wouldn't be able to, if you were a giant rubbing the globe surface, you wouldn't be able to feel a mountain, you know? You still going strong? The rest of the streamers are insane. Which ones? I know Elijah Schaefer was talking about it. No White Guilt was talking about the Kanye stuff. We're about to end. This and Jamie's are like a refuge by comparison. I'm going to go watch Slightly Offensive. Don't fall in Satan's tricks. Christmas, it's a Christian party. Gonna laugh till tomorrow, Josh. You made my day. You think you're spinning right now because that's what they told you? Do you know what inertial reference frames are, Flat Sabbath? And you can explain to me what an inertial reference frame is, then I'll listen to you. But if you want to ask stupid questions, you're going to look stupid. All right. Anybody want... Did Freddie call again? Damn it, Freddie. He called again. Well, let's see if I got any funny videos to watch. That's the end of the show. Pretty much. We got a new Bo Diddle video. Let's watch this. Give you think spinning balls make? No, gravity does. It's okay. It's okay that you don't understand what gravity is. It's okay.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to a brand new YouTube video. We're back in Nashville, Tennessee, the home of rebuttal, and we're going to be asking some people some questions about free speech today. This is a topic we haven't touched on yet on my channel, so I'm super excited to talk about it. This is a deep issue to me. I enjoy talking about it deeply. We're going to be asking, do you care about free speech? Should it be allowed in America?
Okay.
And do you think
if you
it's
want to be
allowed right now in America?
willfully ignorant, that's
Specifically
fine. If you don't want to like,
so make sure you guys watch the entire video. It's going to be great. Drop a comment for the engagement. If you're not subscribed, like 80% of you guys are not subscribed yet watch my videos. So please, it helps me out so much. Subscribe to my channel, and let's get right into the video. Is hate speech considered free speech?
I would think not, because it's hating on something or somebody else. So that means you're not really giving your opinion. You're just hating on something else that's already been happening.
Well, I think technically it is considered free speech, but I don't consider it free speech because it is something that demeans and degrades people, often people of color, and I don't think that it should be protected by the First Amendment.
So do you not believe in the Constitution?
Yes, I believe in the Constitution.
You just don't think that that amendment particularly shouldn't be protected?
Right.
So what do you think the fine should be for someone that commits
Jamie
hate
Chapman's
speech?
True Channel? I can't follow him because he always has a new stream. I
but
know, Dean.
When people are hating on somebody, it means usually they're jealous of something because they have something.
He's got a bunch.
That they don't
the
have,
one he's
so
using right
that's
now
why
is
they're
called
hating on
not.
them. I don't think it's right
Not
to be
Jamie
people,
Chapman
but
FBS or something.
people
Not
do
the
it
real
just
Jamie
to
Chapman
do it.
FBS.
So
Something like
you
that.
just don't think they should, but you
It's
still
called
think
not
they have
Jamie
that right?
Chapman
Yeah,
FBS.
so.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Do you think that, what do you consider hate speech, I guess, is the first question?
Any speech that is disrespectful, hateful,
And
racial
wrong.
slurs,
Supreme Court said
things
there
like
is no
that.
hate speech in America.
Things that would just make other people feel like it's rooted in racial oppression, rooted in oppression, things like that.
And what do you think the punishment should
Only
be
flat
for
earthers think for
someone
themselves.
that commits
No, they
hate
don't.
speech
No, you don't.
violations?
You parrot everything that a bunch of
probably-
atheists told you to say. All the stupid arguments you make, I've heard every stupid flat earther make. Your Mockingbird media with flat earth. You all say the same thing.
How much money?
You're not thinking for yourself. You're in a flat earth cult. And it's your identity.
hate speech
You literally built a whole YouTube channel around it. Built a large YouTube channel, 15,000 subscribers, Flat Sabbath. Your whole entire identity is flat earth. You are not thinking for yourself.
Considered free speech.
And you're not saying anything original either. You're just losing debates like every other flat earther. No arguments.
Yeah, I guess I would say it would technically be considered free speech. Yeah.
So do you think there's a cutoff for free speech? Like, is there something that I could say that you think should be censored, or I should get arrested for, or even a citation?
Definitely not arrested for a citation, no.
So if I were to like scream the word, do you think that that's okay?
No, that's not okay.
You think I should get arrested for that?
No, I don't think you should get arrested for it, but I think that you just should not say it.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't say it, but do you have the
Later,
right
Butch.
to say
Good night.
No.
I would say, yeah, no, I would say
do not have
it's not okay to say it, but what context are you saying it in? Like,
I just felt like
No,
screaming.
you do.
Never say that.
Well, you
like a
shouldn't say
child,
it, but do you have the right to say it?
In my head, I'm reading this as a child.
You
You
absolutely have
do.
the right
You're the one naive.
absolutely.
Wonder is black is level.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie though. If you get your ass saying that, I mean, that's on you. You know what I mean?
I don't believe it is because you're hurting people, and if you're hurting people, that shouldn't be free.
Okay, so what
Imagine
do you
if
think
his
the,
flat Earth became law,
punishment
like
should be for someone that is committing hate speech?
If it's on the internet, I think their page should be banned. But if it's in person, I think that no one
Religion
should respond in
and
violence. They should just
geology
try to
and
help
physics
them,
and astronomy.
like,
not astrology.
them
The study of
exercise
space. Not.
in
I'm
a
not talking
different
about
way,
the
like a healthier,
mysticism
be
thing.
nicer.
So
But,
if it's in person, do you think that they should be fined or jail time?
I
any of that?
appreciate flat Earth
Yes.
because
I don't
if
think
it
they
weren't
should
for flat Earth, I wouldn't know everything I know about thermodynamics and about physics and about electromagnetism. I wouldn't have known as much about surface tension with water. I wouldn't know as much as I know about I already said thermodynamics. Yeah, the vacuum, the stuff about the vacuum, because they always talk about vacuum with a container, that stupid argument, which is a dumb argument. I wouldn't know all this stuff, and I learned this stuff because of flat Earth. 2 years ago, I got a comment thread on that debate that I played with Professor Dave. He's got like millions of subscribers, and I had a back and forth with him in his comment section on that video. 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Go to jail. I just think they should get a
Freddie, you
little
want
bit
to call
of a
up again
charge.
before
Like, if you're
before I
being
get
mean
off?
to somebody, you should be charged like $50.
Keep calling
So
and
what
I
do you
keep
consider
missing
being mean to someone? Because that's really vague. So like if I were to say like, hey, I don't like you, should I be fined for that?
No, you should be. If you go up to someone and you just are very racist or very like not very accepting of like what they're wearing or what they're doing.
So talk about racist. So the issue is like, what would you consider racist? So let me give you a fact. People make up 13% of the population, yet commit 55% of violent crime. That's a fact. But if I were to say that, that sounds racist. So do you think I should be
Later
fined?
on, later, Steve.
No, it's a fact. It's not your opinion. If you have done your
you
research,
realize you were
then
wrong
I
so
believe
much.
that that's valid. I just think that everyone should be more nice and not just
try
look at
imagining
everyone's
if you
color
were.
of their skin.
Okay. You think that censorship is
At
okay
least you have
online?
the ability to show examples.
I think to a certain
Although,
degree it's okay.
Censorship or free speech?
Like censorship.
what
'cause
has
I don't want,
Christianity
you should be
proved for you?
censoring where like they don't want the amount of hate they get is gonna cause somebody else
Whole
harm.
Earth
So I
thing.
think censoring some
Say you're
hate should
being
be
lied to. I
okay
don't
to
pay attention to those guys,
somebody.
but that's
So
just
for
what
instance,
I think.
like Donald Trump, he was
Have you read the
banned
Spiritual
from
Growth
Twitter. Do you think that that was
Manifesto
fair?
class
I think it's fair because he was hating on people that like he was just hating on people that I don't think should be hated on. Because like
Earth
some
goes
people
8
who've been
inches per
fighting,
mile.
who've been like fighting for
Huh.
for their rights for a long
I've
time.
heard the
Who do you
number.
think
I
he
thought it
was
was like
hating on?
2.2
A lot of
inches per
a
mile.
lot of
but you're probably right.
um,
Who do you think he was hating on?
a lot of Mexican people. I don't think that's right. 'Cause,
Mexican
like, they
people?
work as hard.
Do you think it was Mexicans or do you think it was illegal immigrants?
I've never heard of the Spiritual
I think
Manifesto.
Mexican. 'Cause
I was
they
wearing the
think- they
dang
thought
welding
he
helmet
was-
today.
They thought everybody was
All right,
like,
enough of this video.
illegal.
All right. Freddie's not going to call. I think I'm done for tonight. Oh, wait, there he is.
Yeah. Y'all's Christianity is just the flat earthers evolved, man.
What?
Yeah, they got their own belief system, and y'all do too, and ain't none of it factual. But it's yours ain't in a factual place. Theirs is a physical, so you can debunk it. Yours is in your mind, in a religious belief system that no one can debunk because it's in your heart.
What's your question for me?
What did you prove? What did you learn for Christianity? Like, I can debunk yours, but you don't want to listen to that. But you can debunk flat earth and you can feel proud about it.
I can debunk flat earth because we're talking about a physical thing in comparison to spiritual things. I can't.
No, in
I
the
will never.
Bible-
I'm not
in the
going to try to
Bible-
prove. Hold on. I'm not going to try to prove
the Bi-
God. Let me finish my answer. I'm not going to try to prove God to anybody. If you don't believe in the God and the religious beliefs I believe in, I respect your religion. But flat earth is
But do you believe
physical.
the physical things in the Bible?
The physical things in the Bible. What do you mean?
All the
what?
physical Noah arks, walk on water, all the physical things that happen in the Bible. Feed everybody with the fish, all the bullshit.
Well, every civilization wrote about a flood and somebody coming from the flood.
You're
Somebody
avoiding the
surviving
question.
flood.
You're
I'm going through.
avoiding.
No, I'm not avoiding. I'm going through each one
Yes or
individually.
no? It's yes or no.
I'm going through each one individually. You
Do you
rambled off a
believe
whole bunch of
physically?
examples.
Okay.
Do you want to pick
You gonna
one
give it a
example?
yes or no? If you picking and choosing which ones you believe in, we already know.
Because
that
there's
ain't
some
factual.
things that I don't know if, like Job, the story of Job, it's argued whether it's a story or whether it really happened. I'd say it's a story because it was written hundreds of years after later. So, like the story of Job, that could just be a story. I do believe Noah's Ark. I do believe. Now, I don't know if necessarily they were the only people on Earth and that everybody got wiped out. I think maybe everybody in that area got wiped out by a flood.
Are you
and
picking and choosing?
and that he survived on a boat.
Yeah, you picking and choosing, man. Come
Yeah,
on. Either you're a
I'm
faithful
not.
Christian
Do you know what
or
sola
you not.
scriptura? No, you're wrong. You're wrong
Because
about
when
that.
people start depicting and
Well, you're
debunking your
no,
physical
you're right. You are
aspects
either
of
a
the
faithful
Bible,
Christian or you're not. But you don't have to. Do you know what sola scriptura
listen.
means? Do you know what
When
sola
somebody start
scriptura
debunking
means?
your theories, like you debunking flat Earth, this is how he feels when you ain't got facts to stand on. You go, I don't know. I
I
don't know
do.
if
I do
there
have
was
facts to
all the
stand on.
people in
You
the
just keep
flood.
talking.
The Bible said it was all the people in the flood. How you don't know?
Do you know what sola scriptura means? No? Okay. Some
What's it mean?
people are what's called solo scriptura, where they only believe they can get wisdom of God from the Bible. And they believe the Bible is like a divine word of God. It's infallible. Not a single word in it is untrue. It's 100% fact. I'm not that. I don't believe in sola scriptura. I believe the truth is written in our hearts, and the Bible is just a guidebook written by men who were inspired by God. When I say inspired by God, I'm inspired by God. If I start writing something, that's inspired by God.
People should read it as scripture.
Mm.
That's what you saying. They was inspired by God, and you read scriptures that's inspired
No,
by
not
men.
right now. I'm not perfect. If I was perfect, then yeah.
Oh my God. So Paul was perfect.
But no, so I don't believe everything in the Bible is literal. I think there's a lot of stories in the Bible that are stories to be stories. I do think Jesus performed miracles. I think crazier things have happened than a guy, making a bunch
Y'all
of
keep
fish.
holding on to all that shit. We're gonna debunk it piece by piece. Y'all waking up.
But do you believe in Aten? How come you see I'm more open minded than you. I say I respect other people's religions. You say we're all wrong, but Aten, the ancient
No, I'm saying
Egyptian
you're
Aten.
progressive. You're moving towards the line. You're moving towards us. Like 50 years ago, that what you're talking would be blasphemy.
I think a lot of people think that I'm a heretic and blasphemous because I'm not a soft Christian and I'm not a John 3:16 Christian. I'm a more.
So
of
you're
a,
progressive. You're moving towards.
No, I'm more Paulian. I think we should
reality.
wipe them out.
Logic.
If that's progressive,
I like it. I like it. Whatever it is, I like it. Because you're using your mind. You're not being a sheep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to think that too. I used to be, I went to Christian school and was like
that's what they teach you.
Jailhouse preacher. And yeah, that is what they teach you, that the Bible is infallible. There is not a single, and if you question this, and this is also a real Catholic thing.
I always got to recalculate it and adjust who I'm talking to because like so many of y'all, like if you go far enough left and you go far enough right, they got some shit in common. You feel me? It's a circle. It's not a bar. It's a big circle. You can start off in the middle, left, right. But if you go far left and far right, they got some shit in common. Like Jews and know the truth about some shit, religion.
That's because
far
people
right
are
wings,
different.
they don't like the church. No, it's because the views and people know and see the charades that's being played. Yeah, I'm telling you.
I mean, yeah, there's stuff that I agree with. Everybody's different. So we don't all fit into these categories like
I'm trying to wake y'all up faster. Your kids gonna be like,
well, why is it okay for you to believe in Aten and you're right? But it's
the only thing that they too scared. Listen, your pagan holidays. Listen, your pagan holidays, all that stuff, plagiarism from Aten. That's why they too scared to say we're gonna have our own holidays because they know where they stole it from. Of course, if they go to heaven, they ain't gonna be like,
listen to a word I said.
Listen.
All the
I'm
cultures share these ideas. We all share
exactly because they don't want to be wrong.
Everybody talked about a flood. Everybody talked about something coming from the sea and saving the people from the flood and telling them how to
be wrong.
Telling them how to make crops and all these things.
No, No,
The Jonah getting swallowed by the whale. You know how many different cultures have stories about somebody getting swallowed by a monster?
Oh my God. Fairy tales. Is this what you believe in?
Fairy tales, the same fairy tales told by tribes that were living in clay huts thousands of miles away from each other at totally different time periods in Earth history.
So you think we over here
Do you think
discussing
that's just a
algebra?
coincidence?
Listen, JS. Listen, JS. You think we over here studying algebra, geometry, building pyramids, tracking constellations, and talking about other than that, talking about what? Nothing intellectual. We got philosophy before the Greeks. Egypt had all of that bullshit. You feel me? God was relevant way before then.
Yeah, and there were places that said the same things before Egypt.
No,
Yeah.
there was no civilization on Earth before.
Oh
Egypt.
yeah, there
Africa.
was.
Africa was the first civilization.
No, there was.
When they
Have you
came
ever
out
heard of
the
the Younger
Caucasus-
Dryads? Have you ever heard of the
Oh
Younger
my
Dryads?
God.
Have you ever heard of Gigantium? Have you ever heard of the Snake
You
Mound
talking
in
about
Ohio?
Sumerians and
Snake Mound in
Anunnaki, they was
Ohio is
not a
dated before
civilization.
Egypt. No, maybe
They
not.
were
No,
not. They were not functioning
BC, no.
civilization with governments. No. The way
Have you ever
Egypt
heard
ran.
of Wanpanyang? Have you ever heard of Giglio Tepli? All these
Check
cultures
the
were around
dates.
before Egypt.
Check the dates right now and see if they were a civilization with a government
13,000
system.
13,000 BC.
All right, and it was a government.
There was a government. I don't know if they had governments, but they built
It's not a civilization.
They built metholithic sites.
No, I don't believe that. That's not nothing that can compare to no pyramid or nothing that they find in their thing. They got humans that y'all don't even want to claim. When the government's too scared to lie to you because it's too late, they digging up mummies right now and they don't know the ethnicity of them and they claiming. They don't want to tell you the truth for a reason.
Stonehenge was before Egypt. Göbekli Tepe, the world's first temple, predating Stonehenge by 6,000 years. Turkey. This is in Turkey. 6 miles.
Predating Stonehenge.
Yep. 6,000 years before.
Oh my God, JS.
That's in Turkey. That's
You're
near,
looking in the wrong.
That's near. Oh, that
You're
might be
looking in
Africa.
the wrong direction.
I think that's Asia.
Africa.
Turkey? I don't think Turkey's in Africa. I think it's in Asia. Asio-Africa.
That ain't how it work.
Stop casting your pearls before swine. I would if anybody else would call in.
Yeah, they can get in.
Yeah, it's gonna be big someday. Right on. Well, until you hit with the actual fast and actual. I don't know what they're talking about. Rika's always high. What the?
I'm always high. But JS, the veil of Christianity is being uncovered. You can't hide under it for long. You was
Whatever,
food,
man. Whatever.
It's scared to say you was
Christianity
chick.
is still the biggest and best religion this side of heaven, and you can't beat it with your octane because you don't have any repentance and forgiveness in your religion.
I think Islam's bigger than Christianity now.
You don't have anybody to be held accountable to. You think that you are God and that, your emotions.
What you talking about?
Your empathy, and you need to have emotions and feel your emotions. And
you the one get mad. I don't get mad.
I don't get mad. I get
You
glad.
No,
I don't get mad. Even when I say I get mad about something, I'm really not mad about it. And everything that I do, everything is multiplied by 10 when I'm doing a show. I have to amp up every aspect of my personality. So I really don't get this worked up about stuff. I just, I'm being honest. I have to make the show entertaining. A lot of these stories, I'm falling asleep while I'm reading them. And I'm like,
I'm in here with my kid, or I'll make you angry right now. I gotta keep my voice down.
Hold on, I'm
I ain't usually in a house where I gotta keep
How you
my
gonna make me
voice
angry
down.
with your kid? What?
No, I gotta keep my voice down. Usually I would have been at school you and arguing with you, but I can't do it tonight.
Yeah.
Kids sleep.
Gobekli Tepe, that's one of them. There's all kinds of these ancient. Dude, watch the thing on Netflix. I can't believe I'm saying watch a documentary on Netflix to learn
Yeah,
something.
that's your
Really,
proof.
I'm usually against that, but this guy's pretty cool. It's called Ancient. It's
Man.
called Ancient Apocalypse, and it's about his hypothesis is that there was a civilization or civilizations that existed either before or during the last ice age. And archaeologists say that nobody existed until after the ice age. But then we have all these cultures who wrote about how and had these structures built into stone that could have survived, and then they all write about a mass catastrophe over the world, floods and storms, and then Wormtail was this comet that came by and hit the earth. All this stuff was happening at the same time. And the Bible talks about it, and every civilization in the world throughout history talks about these things. Yours too. Yours too. Your Egyptian thing. See, we agree on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. The
we just
Ice
don't agree
Age.
on the origins. Like a lot of the stories are the same between Egypt and Christianity, but we don't agree on the source.
All right. Do you think Australia was in the Ice Age?
I think Australia was under ice in the Ice Age. The Antarctica reached up to Florida almost. They have an old map. They have an old map of this guy of the old map, and it shows Mexico curving around and going under Florida, and then going and connecting to Africa. And they're like, this map is wrong. This map doesn't make any sense. And this guy's argument was that's during the Ice Age. The Antarctic reached up to almost to the equator, and so Mexico would have went down, and then it would be ice, and it would go over, and it would connect to Africa. I wish I could find the map, but it's on Netflix, and I can't even take a screenshot from Netflix on my cell phone when it's playing. Oh, hold on. He either hung up or he cut out. What the heck? Oh, no, there he is. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. But I don't see how they would have had anything to eat during the Ice Age.
Oh, God will provide. I'll wait for next time, but what's the number to call in, or is it Facebook? He will, manna. He provided the Israel, or he provided dang it, what was it? Yeah, the Israelites with Moses. He made birds fall out of the sky, and that could be scientifically proven that can happen. So is it just a coincidence that it happened right over their head at that certain time, that there was some sort of disturbance in the clouds that made all these birds fall out of the sky, pigeons just drop into the ground dead, which has happened before, right? Or is it God that did that for them? Stephen Will, you gotta take the Discord. Next time I'll post the Discord in the chat. It was in there earlier, but you have to call in Discord. So download Discord, make you an account. You can call in next time. But it's about 10:30, so I'm gonna go for it.
It says during 20 different ice ages.
I've heard 7.
Africa. You say what?
I've heard that there's been 7 major extinction events on Earth. I don't know if that's true, but that's something that the scientists say.
Yeah, it's 20 different ice ages. So it's depending on the one you're talking about.
And not just because they say ice age, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was like, it would wipe out the entire world or anything. It just means it was colder. It was colder during these certain time periods throughout Earth's history, and it's called an ice age because it was pretty cold. It was pretty cold. We're about due for another ice age. You don't think we'll be able to survive it?
Nope.
The rim of the earth is ice. No, it's not. But that's where some of those flat earth maps come from, because they'll say that there's an ice ring around the earth because these explorers went out and they found this ice wall. Well, I don't know. That would have been more recent than the last ice age, but Faith Caller?
I don't think so.
All right. You got anything else to
I
say?
don't think.
I gotta go. It's getting late.
All right. Yep.
Well,
Nope. Good night. Good show.
Are they in that group chat or anything?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Everybody looked like they was gone in there earlier. The generals.
Yeah, they're probably gone. It's pretty late for everybody. So, all right.
Yeah.
Good talk to you.
All right. Catch you tomorrow. Later.
All right, guys. That's the end of the show. Let me find a song to play us out. That's a whole lot of it. If you haven't subscribed yet, share it with a friend. Every Monday night, Dreaded Conservative show, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. Lord Spike Protein coming in hot. What? Hey, thank you, Lord Spike Protein. That really boosts up the numbers for the month. We've been having a slow month. That really boosts up the numbers for the month. Thank you so much, Lord Spike Protein. Love the Monday shows. Yes, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. And yeah, Monday nights, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Every week, you know. Thank you for the super chats. We are funded by viewers like you. We got the Cashapp super chats, but you guys could just make sure you hit the like button, share it with a friend, tell a friend. If you got a Discord group, Stephen will let them know. Invite them to the show next Monday, because if you're on Discord, you can call me. You can join my Discord server and all the good stuff. You guys can call up. And yeah, happy holidays, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Lord Spike with the huge super chat at the end. Thank you, man, very much. Biggest sponsor on the channel. Stephen Will, D. Melkin, Stubborn One, Butch, Robbie, Flat Sabbath, Dean. Guys, hit me up for the sauces if you want the sauces. Lord Spike Protein. I don't know if you have me on Facebook. Send me your address. I'll send you a bottle of hot sauce. Only Flat Earthers think for themselves. Nugget Man, name. Everybody who stopped by, thank you. With the red pill. LJ Fox was here earlier. Smashly. Everybody. It is written on our hearts. Keep it going, man. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. This is episode 30. This is our 30th episode without missing a single week. I'm going to do my best to not miss any episodes ever. We're on episode 30. We're more than halfway through a year. We've done this for more than half a year. Let's go. I'm hyped for the 1 year episode. That's going to be good. We still got a while to go, though. Episode 30, Monday night. Make sure you come back, guys. I think I forgot even a clip that I had. Oh, no, I played that one. All right, later, guys. Peace out. Good night. God bless. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. And